Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away.
I tried to beg, he begged me to stay. Babe, I'm not staying, I just wanna play. In the party, he just wanna walk. Big boobs in the bus, they pump. She a baddie, she know she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie.
Deviant_ and subscribe to your channel for 3 months.
Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
We sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. Wrong screen. What do you mean? I'm a professional, I promise. Welcome in. I hope everyone is well. Ida, congratulations on getting first. Let's go. Love to see it. Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, I'm on time. Hi, Anne. Welcome in. Congratulations on getting second. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 18. And thank you so much for the resub. 3 months already. Anne, thank you so much. Enjoy the ad reviewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Can I interest you in some gaming glasses and or ears, and anything you would like to see? Who this, Hadi? It's us. It's you and me. We're both hot. Hot as fuck. You know who else is hot? Dahlia coming in with the 68 doggo treats. Let's go. Frog ears. Let's go. I've got them right here. They're at the top of the pile. I wonder why. Maybe I wear them a lot. I feel like they go nicely with the shirt as well. I got this shirt at it's a Streamlabs shirt. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to correct that. Stream Elements. I don't know that they're still in business, but the shirt is cute as fuck, so I'm wearing it. That's what's happening. And how was your Overwatch stream the other day? I saw you were going live. You're so brave. I still have a horrible cough, guys. You're so brave playing that game, especially during DBD anniversary. Are you getting games in? For not playing DBD, do you not feel when you wake up there's a pressure to play DBD because it's anniversary? Because I do. When I open my eyes and I look at the clock and it's 8:30 and I'm like, why am I in bed? I should be grinding. You got your jewelry changed? For Smiley Piercing? Oh, let's go. Did you post it on your TikTok? I assume so. I'm sure I will see it there. It was a good session, Overwatch? Wonderful. Hi, Hex. Welcome in. How was the rest of your collab? I'll be lurking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me join for games. That was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. When I left, I mean, I know I was only supposed to join for 2 games, and then it was more games, so I really appreciate it. But then there was some people in my community that wanted to play, so I changed out. And also, I didn't understand what happened in a Trapper game. I understood that Spooky wanted to go next. That's okay, right? But I was a little bit surprised. But she seems lovely, and what a great collab you guys had. Not yet, get it soon? Okay. Hex and Jerry Daily Doggo Tree, thank you for the 51. Speaking of playing DBD, I'm taking 2-3 weeks break from it. That's good, Hex. That's good. Did you have enough after yesterday? I can understand. We spoke last time. You said that you were already feeling like you wanted a break, and you were enjoying Resident Evil 4 specifically. I remember. There's lots of fun games out there, gamer. Like, don't let it destroy you. If you need a break, you take a break. Right? You bought my brother shirt and myself some new PJs. Nice, Anne. Nice. That's so nice of you. I don't think I've bought my brother anything ever except for his birthday. Maybe I'm just an awful sister. I don't know. We gotta go for physiotherapy. I'll be back hopefully. Yes. We'll be here for a couple hours. I don't have anything except cat sitting tonight. That's why I was very pleased to change my stream to today instead of Wednesday, because tomorrow I have a jam-packed day and I need to look after a lot of shit. You brought your brother a Nirvana shirt? That's so cool. Oh, you got your nails done? Can we see a picture of the nails at least on the Discord if you want to DM me, or on the picture channel? I know he likes the band, so you bought it for him. That's so nice. That's so nice. Of course, hope the games were very fun for you. Hope you had fun in your other games as well. The stream was really fun. Nice. I enjoyed it. You had a blast. And yeah, Spook is such a sweetheart. I love her. She usually streams around 2 to 8 our time. Yeah, it seems like there's probably a big time difference. But yeah, I'm glad you guys had an amazing collab. And thank you for letting me join in for a little bit. Oh, just the color nails. This time, nothing fancy. But Overwatch when? Gamer, have you seen me on Marvel Rivals? I have no business playing a shooter, gamer. You know, I grew up playing console gaming, right? I don't do mouse and keyboards. Have you seen my Huntress shots even? I have absolutely no business playing Overwatch. Come join me. No. You're gonna have to keep carrying me on the DVD. Jill, welcome in a Jerry Daily Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 80 treats, gamer. Oh my god, you're definitely up there with the most treats. With I want to say with Lake and Thays, who are over 100. W. You care about vibes? Yes, vibes is good. Is important. Of course, I'd love to have you in my games at all times. Hex, I see there's a new 2v8 session coming. I think September. So I will be definitely hitting you up to play some games. And thank you for the lurk. Avian, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 45. Oh, you got pink? Nice. We love to see it. Definitely. Cool. Gamers, no time to waste. We have points to grind. Is anybody online right now that wants to join? I don't think so. We're gonna go jump in. I'm changing to my solo queue build. And I'm kind of trying, guys, with all of the pellets. I'm kind of going for this power struggle situation. I think I have a chance. Oh, I'm confusing the stream streak with the go-go treats. I guess Jill is up there with Lake and Pace. Lake, welcome in. And Jerry Daily Doggo Treat, thank you for the 84. Yeah, you're not far behind. Oh, you had the co-stream with Heck last Saturday? That was so much fun. Oh, I'm glad to hear. I was so caught up in Journey stuff. On Saturday, I didn't pretty much see anything. This cough is gonna be the end of me, guys. Be honest. I thought it was getting better. It's definitely getting worse. Let's see about games, though. I just took a cough drop and because I still have these cough drops from Montreal and they seem to soothe my cough a little bit. Because I keep having these coughing fits. So I'm trying to not cough in your ear every 3 seconds. Yeah, we had an interesting game. I was gaming earlier with the wonderful Glenny, with Brooke, and with Courtney. And we went up against a creator. They had the Twitch charm on. It was a rough game for them. They played against Oni. Brooke went on an amazing first chase. And you know, you're in a 4-man Swift. You know how we go about things. When one person's in chase, we're on gens. So we popped 3 gens quite fast. And the Oni seemed to give up. Okay, fair enough. I understand it's a rough game. They want to go next. So we finished the rest of the gens. And we say, well, let's leave. We get to the end game, and suddenly they start playing again. They have their power by then. We get a 3-man slug. And it ended on a 4-man out, just because we played some clever games. Obviously, I'm running Wiglif in my when I'm playing with people. And I went to say GG in the endgame chat, and I said, no, you can't say that. Or, no, you can't say that. And then Brooke goes in their chat and says GG. Bam. Insta-banned. Insta-banned. And then his mod, actually, of all people, said, why are we banning? And the streamer goes, no, no, no. You can't go pre-dropping every pellet in chase and then say GG. Insta-ban, by the way. Now we look at the VOD, because we had it all clipped. Brooke went on a chase. He dropped 4 pellets, 2 of which were pre-drop against an Oni, preventing first hit, mind you. And the other 2 were stuns. Were pellet stuns. Yeah, and this was a big, big creator. Twitch shirts and everything. If my backpack gives me away, I'm taking off this skin. Oh, well, Infectious Fright is giving me away. Fair enough. Infectious Fright is still giving me away. Love to see it. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I know. Man got humbled by woman. I mean, it was Brooke in the first chase that they were complaining about, but it was Entitled because I suck is mad. Yes! That was the problem. And we literally said, oh my god, this is such a rough game for them. There was no toxicity except for 2 clicks from Courtney in when one game left because they stood in a corner. And Courtney was like saying like, hey, pointing at the hook going, just hook us for some points, gamer. Which, I mean, if you look at their point of view, right, they don't know that we're saying, get us some points. It looks to them like we're clicking at them. Which me and Courtney talked about. We understood, we understood. They were doing only Adept on the event. There's another problem with that, because the event for killers right now is sweat your balls off and hope that you don't get rolled. So maybe also doing an Adept on the event wasn't the right choice. And it didn't help in, you know, winning the game. Which again, is not an issue, right? Someone's always gonna win and someone is always gonna lose. But why we're banning people instantly after that because you're frustrated with your own gameplay in front of 45 people when you're a Twitch shirt DBD partner creator absolutely sent me. That absolutely sent me. This is why I don't go in streamer chat and say GG's. I've stopped doing it too, Jill. I have also stopped doing it because of this. People get so sensitive. Like, I said it in endgame chats, but I always say it in endgame chat. That's not any different, even when I lose. Don't tell me what to do, Quan. Even when I lose, and I am frustrated, of course, with my loss after that game and everything. But I still go and say GG because that's how it is. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's always GG. Even when people are toxic, which has no business in the game. If we're just playing the game, someone wins, someone loses. It's GG. Micah making a silent report to behavior about the toxic streamers who are representing them. Yes! Like, I was thinking about it. I was like, what the hell? It's kind of like this game, right? There's 3 hooks. They had a really rough game. We had a good chase and we were on gens. But there's no reason to fucking go and ban or report everyone for it. Like, what does anybody care? He saw the crow, didn't he? If he clicks at me again, I'm leaving him. You need some lunch? Be right B? Definitely report it? I mean... Oh! I don't know if that's the way to go, gamer! I mean, to be honest, I was thinking about it. Okay. I get my points. Do you know what the thing is? Why it's so frustrating to me? Is... there are so many creators out there that getting insta-rejected time and time and time again for the creator program. People that are wholesome gamers, people that are wonderful people, and then someone goes and does this and representing, like, beyond me. People are like, nah, you can't go say GG, and I'm like, sure, I just rolled a person, they won't want to hear GG from me. It's weird as fuck. Or salt in general, yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right. Okay. Good to see you again, by the way. How are you? Are you still doing gym sessions with Swish? Yeah, sportsmanship. And Instaban, when people say GG is crazy, yeah. Just like there's no problem with being angry after a bad game. Oh! I got ditched by the Quan, whose life I went to save, by the way. He doesn't want nothing to do with me. I was on gens that whole game, girl. Alright, bye, Lake. We'll see you again. Jess, enjoy Daily Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 30. Welcome in. What's happening? Now, me and Glenny, Brooke, and Courtney had a salty creator who had a rough game. I'll admit it. It was a rough game. We were better. But Brooke went to see GG in their chat and they insta-banned them. And then when we asked why they got insta-banned, he said, you can't say GG in my chat after you've pre-dropped every pellet. Which, they dropped 4 pellet in the first chase against an Oni trying to prevent the first hit. 2 of which were stuns, not pre-drops. And also, since when is pre-drop? What if somebody pre-drops every pellet in the game? Since when is that a reason to ban anyone in the chat? Oh, people are so upset about nothing. There are so many who don't deserve the title. Look at the match we had with Loft and Broke where I died, and their chat goes, "Why everyone's salty?" Yes, that was funny. Someone said, like, we all said GG. Literally, the whole chat box, all of us was GG, GG, GG. And then their chat said, holy shit, I can imagine one person being salty from that, but everyone? And we were like, huh? Like, you can't win. Like, that's the second person who lives in Fairy Tale Land, yeah. No, oh, it got too expensive. Yeah, toll and long drive. Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about the toll. Okay, that's unlucky. Yeah, that's not good. First hit against Oni is death worth pre-dropping. It's a strategy. I mean, it's the same reason why people say that slugging killers are toxic. When I understand the frustration, but it's not really toxic, is it? People are playing to win. Yeah, Delulu. GG's, goodbye, and good riddance. I think so, Jess. Yeah, they had a bad day. I'm sure they did. Everything about this said this person is having a rough time. Billy, 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 Billy. Okay, all I've done is grab 3 of these things. Well played. Maybe I don't go there. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I understand where it's coming from. It's the frustration. But like, you're literally live streaming in front of a community. People are gonna think that that's normal behavior. That's not how it should be, if you ask me. Oh, fuck. Nice, good curve. I don't know, don't have TTV in your name if you don't want people coming in your chat. I don't know. Yeah, there's also better ways, right? Oh, you got food? What did you get for lunch? Am I getting clipped? I'm getting clipped, yo. That's why he's AFK. He's clipping that curve. Nice. The influence streamers have on people is more than people know. Yes. Oh, Jess with the 10 stream streak. Let's go. Thank you so much. Oh, nice. Leftover cannelloni. Delish, delish. I actually had a grilled cheese sandwich with a lentil soup, and I had a little bit of pasta salad, but I'm kind of full. I might eat this in an hour. I'm just gonna keep it here. Hi, Little Drummer Rich. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 54. How was the rest of your stream over the weekend? Good morning. Good morning. Do you have your coffee? Do you have a nice breakfast? Tell me. I want to know. Chilling while you wait for your meds to kick in. Alright, take your time. Any Uber driving today? How is your mom doing? Sorry, I have a lot of questions, I feel. It's okay.
Never gonna get my dog from me. My dogs are so cute and adorable.
what?
They're gonna be mine forever.
And thank you so much
Deviant
for the 10
underscore
gifted.
and gifted 10
Hello?
subscriptions.
What did I do to deserve this, gamer? What the
Deviant
fuck?
underscore and started a
Indeed.
new hype train.
And thank you so much for the 10 gifted. That is so nice of you. You really didn't need to do that. I really appreciate it. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub, that's you, Jess. Please be sure to thank Anne. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge. And of course the channel point multiplier. Oh, Penguin got one. Let's go. Thank you for coming in to say thank you, Penguin. I hope you're having good games. I see you're live as well. I hope your games are fun. Yeah, enjoy the ad reviewing and the emotes, gamer. Some good, some bad? Yeah, as it is, as it is. Keep your wholesome vibes. Love you. And thank you so much. You're too kind. This gen is done. I don't know, I'm just doing it for the points. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, they got the save. Good, good, good. Oh, they're back on the Shane. Is anyone does anyone else think that the Shane icon of the survivor looks a bit like Yun Jin? I keep getting confused because I feel like they look so much the same. Probably just me, right? It's very hot here. We have a warning. Okay, currently. No Uber today. Mom has an appointment later. Okay. Okay, well, good luck with that. And please stay hydrated. Look after yourself with this heat. I got this cannelloni. So good. Oh, homemade. That's the best with fresh products. I love that. I think we should stick this gen, no? Enjoy, Anne, enjoy. Gamers, if you don't have your Dead by Daylight badges yet, either the logo, which is at 1 sub, or the Jason mask at 2, you can consider jumping on the hype train and get them. I got mine jumping on a hype train earlier over at Emmy's. Emmy rated us yesterday. I met them at Elf Slugfest. It's their birthday today. So I went over there to say happy birthday, and someone was gifting subs there. So I decided to sub there, and it got me my Jason mask. And I'm so happy with it. Yeah. Yesterday you played Overwatch Calm. You got to gold 1? Let's go. Imagine wearing a Jason mask. Couldn't be you, Joe. That's huge, Anne. You must have had some cracked fucking games going on. I kind of wanted to steal that medkit, but also I was kind of terrified. Let me get this elusive, and let's take it from there. Holy, no way out. Hold on. Camera fucked me over there. Sweating your bombs off? I bet. Each round, you did about 30k heals. Oh my god, that sounds like a lot of heals, and GG's. Well done. What's in here? Oh, another half a medkit. And thank you so much for the 10 gifted and the hype train level 2. Thank you so much. I don't know. I did get a play of the game on DPS. Wait, do you have the same roles? Do you also have like tank? No, don't get the gate, you dumb fuck. Oh, she may have to take the one man out now. That's literally the same game. Oh, she would have had it too. It was early. You're kidding. She had an angle. Well played by Tori. Yeah. You walk through that pallet. I have power struggle, guys. Guys. You have got to be kidding me right now. You have got to be kidding me right now. I have power struggle. This was... Can you believe what just happened? Bro, I had power struggle. Ain't no way. Give me a second, I want to know if they say something. You had some fun practicing Nurse during the event the weekend? Hey, let's go, Drummer Witch. Nurse is not easy. I'm glad you got your practice in. There's a role. Okay, but I flex, so I play all the roles. Okay. Hi, Mina. Welcome in. I haven't heard you say a dumb fuck in so long. They had Noed. Wait, Noed? I don't think we knew that it was Noed. Did we cleanse all the totems? Oh, it's 5v5. GG, bro. Ace, you good. Oh, now they're wholesome. Go 1v1. Nah, he was here for the chase. This is the kind of Billy I like, guys. They go for the chase and the chainsaw. I'm sad I got clipped, though. It is what it is. I'm taking 5 moves off. If anybody's joining, by the way, just let me know or send me an invite. Because otherwise I'm just keep playing. I need my points. You're still eating? Alright. Well, it's good to know that you would want to join. I can save you a spot. Value. W clip at the start. Exactly. I guess he got clipped too, right? So we both got clipped. That's funny. Always walk through pallets. That endgame escape was awesome. I literally got lucky. I may have gotten the wiggle because of the Tori. Yes, enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes. No ads allowed. AKA sketch. Yeah, I'll save you a spot, and I'd love to have you. It's been a long time since we played. Jill, I was talking to Emmy this morning. We're facing Emmy on Saturday, right? It's Emmy's team, region. She's captain. And she played Doctor. And you know what I said, right? About we didn't end up picking Doctor in the end. So I went in her chat and I was there all morning and I said, oh, are you a Doctor main? Because she was playing Doctor. I said, we almost picked Doctor for the Alt League set because we feel confident against going against Doctor. And she goes, I'm not really a Doctor main. I enjoy playing Doctors. She's good at Doctor, right? Definitely confident. She said, I'm a Twins main. I guess that's why you banned Twins. And I was like, no, we banned Twins because we don't like going against Twins. I guess we got lucky. She's a Twins main, bro. You played with Shelly not too long ago? Let's go! That's so much fun. Shelly's great. What a crack gamer. I have yet to pull off this invincible situation. Ghoul the Ghoul. On Area of Crows. Yeah, I'm not playing a twin set. That's what I remember. I think we always been twins, no? Let me keep running. Oh man. There's never a gen there. It's always a table. So that's how we snipe. Yes. Funny, right? Nah, it's gonna be a rough set. I think it's the first time that we might actually need to see who's gonna play. Because everyone's available except Paigey. I mean, Slender's playing killer, so they won't be on serve. I have flow states. But wait, is this going this fast because I have flow states? But there's no gems have popped yet. Why is this totem going so fast? Is it actually because flow states? Or do you need tokens for that? Bro, I don't play this game. I'm a hold W, he's gonna poison me. One gen, yeah, but no gen has been done yet. Oh, fuck's sake. I need to do something about my check scores, guys. This gaming that I'm doing is just wrong. Go underneath the pallet. Do it. Go underneath the pallet. Do it. Go left. Go left. Oh, he almost went left, guys. Hi, Angie. Good morning. Welcome in. How are you? You don't have enough info? I mean, if she's captain on that team. Oh. It's gonna be rough. There was with games with Shelly a 3-man down. You had Bite the Bullet Self-Care, Wiglif and Bossany. I said self-caring when there was a 3-man down, so they closed it completely. Silent Drag picked. Got the flashy save picked up. Oh my god. That's W Gaming. The others? Save the others? That's so cool. Yeah, I love when stuff like Bite the Bullet pays off, right? When it works out. That is so nice. Hi, Raw. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 9. Use your big brain. Let the bullet self-care. I love how you always able to pull that off. That is so funny. It's wild shit. It's funny though. I don't know if this was the way to go, Jill. I'm gonna be honest. This game isn't going anywhere. Where's the Cheryl? She's... I mean, she got me a hell state. That girl wasn't mending. Bonjour, Dedu! How are you? Thanks for Scream last night. Gamer Zezo is in Team Lullaby with me. And we have an Altruism League set for the first time together on Thursday. So I'm looking forward to that. Fuck! You're good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I'm good too. Oh! Very close. You're loading up? You're fast, Dan. You can join for the next one. You got 156. Cakes on Dweet, let's go. That's W. I'm under 100 already. But we're almost at 5 mil. But I think I have to put my points in Talita first. Thank you for the lurk, Zezo. Thank you so much. Your tweet's 85? Mine is 75. We're gonna get the P100 this event, you know? Yeah, I think maybe we should just do a gen game, I'm gonna be honest. Someone's DMing me on my personal phone and I have no idea who they are. Interesting. Yeah, we're getting close. That sucks so bad. I'm just doing it for the points, by the way, if anyone's wondering what I'm doing. Finish your gen, Jill, for the love of God. I'm gonna have to do a TikTok about how to play this game. You fucking... People need to understand how this game works and how to read the HUD. Oh, sorry. The in-game Jill. I have a Jill. Yes, the in-game Jill. I wasn't yelling at you, I promise. Reach cosplay. Why are we on this gen? It's already getting done. Do the other gen. There's a reason why I went to this gen. Gamer, please, for the love of God, use your brain. I can't. Widow Skin and Rivals, I feel like they're making big mistakes with the half-nude outfits. I've stopped buying him, honestly. I've stopped buying stuff on the Rivals. I can't do it. That's another pain rest, guys. People are gonna be not playing as active. Yeah. It's taken away from how cool the game could be, right? That's how I see it anyway. God, you have a PJ day? There's never anything wrong with a PJ day, is there? This gen is dead. And now I am dead too. What do you not do in that instance? Play the game, so lose situation? Yes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, people keep ringing the doorbell? Let me check this message. GG. Ezra, welcome in. Enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 11. How is the weather today in the UK? Good afternoon. Loftus, thank you for the 75 stream streak. Welcome in. How are you today? Dwight Brothers, we are. It's raining and reasonably cool. Okay, good. I might be a fan. Love that. Brooke, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4. Thanks for games earlier. I was explaining about our encounter with from our last game. Brooke got banned for saying GG for pre-dropping 2 pellets. It is crazy. Yes, spreading wind indeed. Yeah, you can't win. You can't win, literally. He made me watch the VOD. We also just watched the full VOD, and I also complaining when you greeted. Yes. Yeah, I mean, he was just not in a good mood to be playing DVD. Like, when he was in chase with me, there was still literally everything to play for and nothing going on. Is this Glenny? Is he gonna come to poison me and chainsaw me, guys? Is it happening? You got yelled. Yeah, I got yelled at for greening. He got yelled at for dropping. If for greedy complains, if free up, he complained. Yeah, he was in a very bad mood. And it's looking like where's Waldo? Yeah, imagine pre-dropping against an Oni. Terrible behavior. No, 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 no. I don't know how this invincible thing works. Probably not like this. Yeah, there's the poison. I hope she's running fixated. It's so bad, Brooke. You should have taken every hit and given power right away. The way you said I was wasting fellas because no gens got done. Yeah, we were on 3 different gens. I love how it's the one killer you hella pre-drop to. Out of all the killers, right? That's the one you want to pre-drop through. Mic is off and you're cooked either way. Yeah? Are you kidding me? Well, GG's. I was watching Glenny mess up late last night with Bubba and Poison. Yeah, everybody's doing it. I'm waiting for Courtney to show off this demo clip. Oh my god, that demo clip was so funny. I was fully out of that locker. 80 ping. GG's. GG, well played. Remind me why I didn't keep my dead hearts. Poison? Not today. No. People, I dodge my poisons the way I dodge my Huntress. I don't know where he is. Yeah, this is the problem with the check spots, guys. This is the problem with the check spots. Where's the poison? M1? Ping, bro. What the fuck? GG, W ping. Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Imagine. 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 He's missed every poison shot on me and I'm getting the no burst. It was a good check spot? I don't know. I got hella terrified. Don't heal me. You're gonna be sick. Oh my god, she wiggled. Let me smash this. Hey, we'll play last match. Hope you're having a good day, Miss Streamer. Hey, hello there. Last match. Oh my god, sorry. I'm already so immersed in this. Were you the Billy from the last game? Was it a Billy game? I forget. I'm sorry. Were you a survivor? It says nothing about you, I promise. I'm just very locked in. Ah, the ghoul. Yes, the ghoul on Eerie. Thank you. Well played. You played ghoul well, gamer. GG's to you. Yeah, the team was definitely struggling. I think against the builds and with the play split. Yeah, people sometimes get distracted. Like I don't mind people doing the event, right? Like we're playing the event to play the event. Like people are going to be doing cakes instead of gens. I'd like people to do a little bit of both, and we had no gen progress at the beginning. That doesn't mean I'm saying that you shouldn't have won that game. Don't get me wrong. I just felt, from my perspective, from the survivor side, we could have made it more difficult for you. And they wasted every pallet for some reason. Yeah, we didn't have a lot to work with. They didn't reset it. Yeah, I think I was. There was a Jill. The Jill was at a 90% gen, and then went for an unhook that I was also going for. She could have seen in the HUD that I wasn't on the gen. She should have stuck the gen and let me get the unhook. That would have been so much more efficient than both of us. Oh my god, that was actually brilliant. Did you guys see that? He did the invincible when he got max poison, and he avoided the chainsaw. That was actually brilliant play. Where's N? And why
Hello
can't
there,
I go to the
0932
next screen?
followed your channel.
Ah, here we go. With the controller, we can do it. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Nah, GG's. I hope you're enjoying the event. Are you a ghoul main? Do you play ghoul often? I'm a survivor main myself, just playing with my community today. You are a ghoul main? Love to see it. Get them cakes, and you can play your killer for the rest of the year. Defense not fun for either side. I mean, if you let go of winning, I think it can be fun, but I think especially for killer right now, it's extremely frustrating. It's just like killer on hard mode, you know, or like killer on nightmare mode. The poison's unfun to play as survivor, so you feel bad? Yeah, I understand that. It's a bit frustrating. I'm trying to deal with the poison with Fixated, walking it off mid-chase. I've been quite successful with it, and for me, I kind of like the challenge of trying to pull it off. But yeah, the poison in itself, it's a bit frustrating to play against. Oh, a good effort, Anne. There's a spot in the lobby. I need to run to the shop. Yeah, we can save you a spot, but we're on the event today, Loft. Whatever you want. Did he not get hit by power? No! He didn't. He was literally... I changed the screen so you can't fully see it. But you saw he kind of put the invincibility and the chainsaw just swept through him, doing nothing. He didn't end up making the pallet in the end, so he got the down. But that was kind of brilliant. Really hope you have a great time. You seem like a beacon of positivity. Hope you make it better. Yeah, I'm trying, and I'm just having so much fun. Basically on a lot of things. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming to say hi. And for the follow again, I appreciate the support. Have a great rest of your games. So I get speared by Jason. Yes. And a hit by Bubba's invincible. Yes. Oh my god, you almost had it. And the others get protected. Noted. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Jill. That's exactly what happened. Unlucky. I guess you're not deserving. I don't know what to tell you. You know what you should bring? Power struggle. Oh, you guys crack me up. Guys, we're gonna run a quick ad break. Me telling people you can't block power. I think it went straight through him. We are gonna have to test it though. We're gonna run an ad break, guys. We'll be right back. I appreciate your support for the channel. Please bear with. Oh, no more charges. Oh! Does he have like conviction or something? She has nothing. No. Oh, I think he was going for the dead hard. He missed his dead hard. Unlucky. Hi, Only. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, there's nothing here, gamer. You die. M1. GG's. Sabrina Carp. GG's. No, not GG's. Because you killed the whole team. How are you today? I'm good. I'm doing well. I'm having fun, as always. Warm up, yes, warm up. We're locked in now. Amazing, and with the loops, while the rest they are out here with the boobs. Good one, Only. I like your Jason mask. Yeah, my loops aren't to my liking. My loops are not to my liking. And yesterday I was wondering if if I'm at my cap, if I just can't get better. I don't know. We had scrims last night. We did several killers. We had Freddy, Billy. I played the no middle, guys. I played the no-mitter on a Billy set, guys. I was terrified. Hey, look at the 2 Quans and the 2 Dwights. Looking good. It was kind of cool. I think our killer didn't have enough pressure for me to really abuse it. But it felt interesting to me to play the no-mitter role in a Billy set once. You know, because you have to be so strategic. For those of you that don't know, when you play against a Billy in comp, it's very common to bring... Hey, I was a Baba. I want to say just joined the stream. I want to say, gee, it was fun and you guys played good. Yeah, you played well. I mean, it's a good choice, right? To play Baba on the event right now. GG, well played. I think at the beginning, all of us staying together at that gen, that was a mistake from us. Yeah, well played. Have fun on the event. The event is good. I had a feeling the Steve, he pulled off the invincible and he didn't get hit by your chainsaw, no? I just clicked away from his screen, but it looked like he just pulled the he ate the cake to get the invincible, and it looked like he didn't initially get the down. Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing, so obviously we're going to be trying that now. But I appreciate you coming to say hi. I hope you're having a fun time on anniversary. And have some good games. It was a fun game. We had some good chases. I like it when we have some good chases. Everything is corrupt. It's gonna be Bubba every game, guys. If you guys are done, you know, we've got people joining. But I have it 3 seconds, so I know it. Yeah, of course, at some point you know it. And he was never gonna make it to the pellet, right? But still, it was interesting for me to see. I didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, guys, if you're... yeah, another Bubba. There's gonna be so many. I don't mind at this point. I think it's interesting. But if you guys are joining for games, and if you're done, just let me know. Because we can... oh, shit. Change to normal. Hehe. If he poisons me here, he doesn't. I think this pellet. I do. I don't want to be at the hook, but I don't have anywhere else to go. I win. Guys, I win. Let's go. W Gaming. I'm gonna get annoyed real fast by the poison. Yeah, I understand. It's okay. We can, let me and play a few. I mean, I don't know if Loft's joining for the event, and then we'll change to regular for the rest of the stream. I'm going till 7 p.m. today, so we've got another, what, 5 hours? We'll switch it up later, if you want a spot for that, Jill. If you're around. Points? For me? Oh, I was gonna set the table. Is it one more? Oh, it's literally, it's got one plate on it. Okay. Okay, gamers, I see you. Oh. He didn't see that crow. He didn't see the crow, guys. He didn't see it. He didn't see it. Let's go. Okay, we bring this. I don't know what my power is, but we bring it just in case. And I'm gonna go get this gamer. You can play the event, I don't mind. I just know that I'm gonna get poisoned every game. I'm not gonna fight it all. I mean, it's been a couple games so far, Jill. I've not been poisoned yet. Or maybe once. Ah, fuck. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, bro, if Shaq Pellet would have been here, I would have still made it. Yeah, I jinxed it, Mina. I was so focused on getting the, Bro, if I'd made it, if the Pellet had been on that side, or if I'd made it to the other side, I would have had him with power struggle. Guys, my new TikTok's on my channel. I don't know what I posted today because I've everything pre-planned. But go check it out. Wait, there's no TikTok. June 30th. Oh, it's tonight. Never mind. Don't mind me. My TikToks. Oh my god. Not until tonight. Fuck. Well, lots of things happened. Don't mind me, my TikTok's not until tonight. I think because tonight... Come on, pick me. Take me to the basement. You know you want to. He's waiting at the DS, guys. But DS is not his biggest problem. Do you guys know? DS is not the biggest problem. Pick me. Take me to basement. Ah, he... Oh my god. He... W power struggle. He's looking for the person that saved Trust. Yeah. He's like, wait, who was camping his pellet? Here's N. Hi, Granny. Good morning. Welcome in. You didn't get a prompt? Yeah, that's because I vaulted it first and it was my fault. I should have let you have the window. Coffee! Lots of coffee. Go get some coffee, Granny. Go easy on yourself. You've earned it, actually. Yeah, it was a rape check. It's brewing? Okay. It's coming. Good. How was your game yesterday, Granny? And how did your giveaway work out? That was so nice of you to be giving away a game to the community like that. Okay, I'm cooked. Hold on. Poison! Poison! I don't make it. Guys. I don't make it! Oh, Lazy one? Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. Lazy is such a big supporter of yours. It's an adorable game, so much fun. It looked like a lot of fun. The Mecha Chameleon one. I mean, are you talking about the game that you played or the game that you were giving away? Because you were not giving away the Chameleon game, right? You were giving away another game. Both are fun. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Oh, do you want to heal? Points? Let's do points. I think this game is over. No, I wanted a chance to win that. Hello, no problem. Oh, DS. He had DS. Imagine, bro got DS'd and power struggled in one game. Let's see if I can heal him in chase. Maybe I'm... Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Bro, I just want to set the table. Edge time. The cat game is so much fun, you would like it. It does look like fun. On a scale from 1 to 10, how mad do you think the Quan is at me? For getting in the way. Nice check spots. DVD has been, You're not the only one who's been saying that. I mean, now you're cooked, gamer. Good effort, good effort. GG's. I'm sorry to hear that, Granny. There's no shame in taking a break. There's so many fun games out there. Lots to play. You are booting? I was looking for you, Jill. We'll give it a second. It's sweaty lately? I don't know if it's sweatier. I don't feel like it's sweatier than normal, but I mean, you have to, yeah, be able to let all that shit go, you know? Because there's a lot of nasty stuff out there. On the event specifically, I mean, killers really have to sweat because the game mode is very much in favor of survivor. Yeah. Hi, Rubber Room Ready. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Yeah, it's nightmare mode for killer right now. Yeah, I'm like, just play. Yeah, I understand that, Granny. I understand that. I just like when we pull off like a heal mid-chase or a pickup, you know, when we have a table ready and somebody goes down. I just think that's the funniest thing in the world. Oh, you made some tea? How nice, Drummer Witch. Enjoy. Yeah, don't take it personal. That's the thing, right? But it's hard sometimes, like, especially like, I don't know, I also feel very passionate about this game. I want to do well, you know? It's hard sometimes. I'm just having a lot of fun. Like, the anniversary for me is the event that I look forward to the entire year. So, I'm gonna be playing it regardless, you know? Yeah, you're like, kill me so you can move on. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. Thanks for the follow on TikTok, Brooke. Thank you. I'm enjoying the event as killer. I don't know. Yeah, so was Avian. All I did notice, survivors are being not nice. Some went into
Never gonna get my dog from me. My dogs are so cute and adorable. They're gonna be mine forever.
Deviant underscore
Thank you
and gifted
so
11
much.
subscriptions.
What
For
the
the
fuck?
11
Deviant
gifted.
underscore and
What
started
the
a new hype
fuck?
train.
Indeed. Oh shit. Gamers, if you got a gifted sub from Anne, please be sure to thank them. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. And there's no way. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. You shouldn't have done that. But thank you so much, gamer. What did I do to deserve this?
Your days are numbered.
Oops, my finger slipped and you're crazy. Thank you though. That's 21 gifted today. Hype train level 4. You're too kind.
clever.
Hey yo, Granny jumping on this train. Thank you for the 100
Cheer
biddies.
100. Forgetful Granny cheered 100 bits.
It's Ruin. WN indeed. There's a gen above the basement room. Yes, me and Brooke had that earlier as well. Courtney was explaining it's because there's a table in the toilet. Okay, keep your eyes peeled for totem. Don't get distracted by the chest. W flow state. Can I go on clock? If I wasn't the one hit. Yes, everybody can. How do you give to only live viewers? That's a new feature, Granny. So thank you everyone for coming to watch and hang out. And thank you so much for gifting the people who are here with us. Thank you so much. It's a new thing on Twitch, Granny. You should be able to see it. There's a way to gift.
I will show you no mercy.
There's a way that you can press. If you go to the sub thing, it should say. It should say gift to everyone here that's not had a sub yet. You don't have it? Maybe it's just because Anne has just done it, so there's technically no viewers here now that don't have a sub? But I don't know the ins and outs of it, to be honest. But I've seen it. I've seen it at other people's as well. I only have gift to specific viewer. Okay. I don't know the specifics.
Your
Is
days are
gifting
numbered.
11 to eligible live followers. That is so cool. No, guys, enjoy your gifted sub. Enjoy the ad reviewing the free emos, the sub badge, and of course, the channel point multiplier. I don't know, maybe it's periods at a time. But enjoy, and thank you so much again, and Granny. Hype Train level 4, 11 gifted, and 100 biddies. Thank you so much.
You only delay the inevitable.
You're dead as hell, gamer. Yeah. He did. Okay, I got scared for a second. You can't catch Loft, guys, I'm pretty sure. He's on ping as well. No, he still wants Loft. Glenny, Android Daddy Dogger Treat, thank you for the 61. Did you get some rest, Glenny? Or have you been up? You did get some rest, you've woken up? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Perfect timing. Oh, it's dessert now.
You have little
Your mom
time
likes the new
left.
jewelry for the piercing? Let's go!
You are stronger than I expected.
Big W. Good choice then. The way Loft's running after him. Pain rest, no DMS. Not gonna lie, it makes me feel more confident. Smiling, I love that I decided to decorate my tooth cap. Really? That is so nice. That's so much value though then, Anne. That's wonderful. Bro, he can't catch Loft, him.
I am inevitable.
Adrenaline too. Insanity. What are we doing? Heals? Oh. Apparently I was almost healed. It makes you feel more confident. Oh, you said that. Yeah, the glimmer pendant on the smiley from my tooth cap is still pretty. Oh, nice. So, Micah, what do you know about the adrenaline? Brooke, what do you know about my power struggle? That got me out of a Billy game in Endgame. Am I gonna have to take off flow state? I was thinking in lines of like... in terms of W flow states, in terms of totems. Ooh. Oh, right. I find the pellets. He's not gonna walk through it. Pain Raz, hold on. Oh, he doesn't care. Same hook. Unlucky. KG, enjoy the gifted, enjoy the outfit viewing, the free emotes and the sub badge. Sorry for late response and getting my kid ready for nursery and just come back. All good, KG, all good. Thank you for coming to say thank you, basically. I'm lagging it, right? I'm just like GG's gamers, well done. Jill. Well done, gamers. Good teamwork. We deserve this escape, you know. Nice, good points. I guess I've not been in chase that much. Yeah, he did. It was a mistake, wasn't it? Can we appreciate your badge? Yes, 100%. Oh my god! Look at those blood points. Hi, Kelly. Thank you so much for choosing me for the raid. Welcome in. How is the
Just
rest
Callie
of your
rated
DVD
your channel with
games?
43 viewers.
Welcome in. It was so nice hanging out with you earlier. Thank you so much for taking your community here.
Shout out to Just
We've
Callie.
just come out of our game. I have to spend my 5 million before we go into the next. Ahoy! How are the games? It's a lot of fun. I'm just having so much fun on this game. I mean, maybe it's just a good day. I don't know. I'm just very happy altogether. Welcome in, everyone. Gamers, if you don't know who I am and you came in with the raid, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. A visual content creator, even. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm a survivor main. I have 19 P100s. Soon to be, hopefully, 22. I'm trying to get 4 P100s during this anniversary. I have them all lined up. We popped Megan yesterday. 19 is insane. I jumped on that shit, Kelly, as soon as they announced that they were doing P100s. And I haven't stopped since. It's all survivors. I rarely play killer. And yeah, when I'm not playing DB, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, I love my BP. There's me with my 2. 2 is great, Kelly. 2 is great. Let me put these 5 million into Talita. Here we go. She's 81. Perfect. 91 cakes. 4 BPS. Not a bad score at all. I'm putting on a Dren. Kelly, I understand if you need to raid and run. Please look after yourself after your stream. It's gonna be late your end, no? Or like early? I don't know what you call it. Anyway, thank you so much again for choosing me to raid. Yeah, off to bed, sleepy? Yes, go, go, go. I don't know if you had any interest still in like the Palia raid trains or if you want to know something about it, but they've just announced the new dates for next month, July 22nd. And I think sign-ups open Wednesday. Well, for me anyway, on Wednesday. I'm gonna try and get a slot again. But, yeah. If there's anything you want to know. Or if you want to join one, if you're ready to join a raid train. For Palia. Let me know. This morning at 5 AM, there were fireworks going off. Wait, what? I'll try to remember in endgame the appreciation to appreciate the characters that I'm playing and wearing the badge that I am. Right. Exactly. Yeah, it woke me up. Yeah, I bet. I would be fuming. Definitely interested. Perhaps we'll have to miss out on this one. Oh, okay, all good. Another time. Like I said, they've just started doing them. And they're doing them on a monthly basis now. And they keep filling up. They still get a lot of sign-ups. So they'll be in out here for a while. Oh, because the soccer, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, good night. Thanks for coming in, Kelly. Get some rest. Bye. Ignore the typo. Oh, blood favor. I just took off flow state, guys. I'll be honest. Big Loftus might be on a hex. Jill is on a hex. Then it's Thrill and Ruin. And Blood Favor, probably. Yes. But you have adrenaline, so GG's. GG's. I don't think he knows about this adrenaline. Brooke. I think we'll be fine. Well, Ruin's gone. There's no pain res. He doesn't. Jill also doesn't. Probably, bro. Probably. Pentimento is the 4th perk, guys. Damn, we got the untouchable thing. Wait. Well, it's Jason, so we can't do anything. GG's. Okay, there's another doll here. Oh my god. That almost worked, you guys. They had Anne up with the event cakes. That was huge. Okay, he's not on me. Okay, we popped one of the penties, I think. He's back on N. Tunneling. He popped my gen with his add-on, I think. Okay, Thrill is gone because Jill is on another totem and that's going quite fast. That was not Pentimento. It's still up somewhere. So we must have cleansed all 3. So he's basically perkless except for Pentimento. I feel like... Hello. The tables are in the same spot? No. Yeah, it's tunnel and day. It really is. No. I got him. And Jill's there taking his. That's huge. Mom decided to cancel the appointment, so I need to decide whether to work Uber in the heat or not. Ah. Okay. If it's a good business day, you could consider it, Drummer Witch. Like... Shit. Yeah, well played. It's usually Jill. Jill does get tunneled a lot as well. Nah. Can't believe you got away with that. Cheers. Cheers. Welcome back. Hey, thank you for the 100
Cheer
biddies.
100. Spread Lake 3 cheered 100 bits.
Misclick? I don't believe you. Yeah. Oh! He holds it! He's holding it, guys. He's holding it. I think I'll watch the Uber map and go out and get bait. Yeah, that's a good idea, Drummer Witch. That's a good way to go about it. Go basement. Do it. Damn. Well. I'm gonna be honest. That looked very funny. That was a very good snipe. What the fuck? He doesn't have a spear though. Oh! Where did he go? I thought he went down at that pallet. I guess he stayed here. He got sideswiped. You did. GG's. GG's. You got an achievement for being in the top 25 in my area for earning per hour? Oh my god, Drummer Witch, that's huge! And that's so nice to get the recognition for that, right? Congratulations, that's huge, if you ask me. What? What is sideswiped? Is that like a side eye situation? That looked so funny. 7 to 10 p.m. at the airport. Okay. That seems like a sensible thing to do. Thank you for the hydrate, and oh my god. Yeah, that's late, right? Lots of hands on the floor. It's the thing is with Loftus Brook that he is that prize that everybody wants, right? So he can loop a killer for 17 years, and then when they finally down him, finally, mind you, they finally get him, it's the dominance, and it's just like, bro, it's not a skill that you eventually catch up with him, okay? It's not impressive that you, in the end, get a down on him, you know? Hi V, good morning, welcome in. Yeah, games is good. Lots is making some new friends. He's Candy. Ah. Are we allowing Loftus to have friends? Very good question. And the first down was a trade, exactly. It looked funny though, I'm gonna be honest. The second down took him long enough. Your chase before he got to me was saving us the game. After the hard tunnel and end, honestly. W name. W escape. We know he holds it. He holds it. It's a good tactic you never see. Yeah, it's an alternative, right? GG. What? Why are they? Yeah, they're always GG. GG. GG not? GG. Like didn't? Like GG. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Oh my god, they're so upset. Quote unquote lol. People are fucking... Stop ruining my mood, I'm having fun. Okay. Yeah. People think that you only say GG when you win. And that it's like also a dominance thing. I said GG because we play the game and it's GG. It's always GG. Doesn't matter if you win or lose, it's always GG. But yeah, Drummer Witch, you could guess that if in the case that you and the killer are both looking for a hatch, that you wait by the gate, right? It's a gamble that when they close the hatch, hey, you was the Jason? Welcome in. Why is it GG? GG'n't. GG'n't. I thought it was GG. You can wait by the gate, right? And gamble that, why not? Because it sounds mean? It's for fun? Okay. Alright. I hope the event's treating you well. Hope you're getting good points and good cakes. Mean on a video game? I don't. But you're allowed. Yeah, that's because the win. Yeah, that's what I said, and they wanted to win. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the strategy, right? To tunnel someone out. Sable with Kaneki badge. I would say lol. Best not to say GG, don't want to get banned. Yeah. Saying GG gets you banned these days. Ah, Slothus, can you please not? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Good match. GG's. That's Sanzali. That's GG's. I hope you have a great day. Next game. Ben off, they said GG. That's a it's a trickster. Of course it's a trickster. Sometimes say GG without thinking. Okay. Like, you have to be on top of your shit. You can't just be doing those things. GG. What are these killers? Because we got the first and we got a trickster now. Okay, nice speed boost. You almost ran into something. You learned my lesson from saying GG. You're never saying GG again. Sometimes I just put a heart. Yeah. I do too. But it's mainly when you know that you're dealing with a person that understands what it means. Yeah. And Brooke didn't do anything wrong, mind you. By the way, I love when people take tunneling as personal. It's funny. Yeah, you seem to think your sense of humor is different from mine. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. I understand the frustration though, but it's not personal. Generally. I mean, sometimes it is. I think I've told you gamers this before. People will tunnel for any reason. I got tunneled once by a huntress, and when we asked why did they tunnel me, they said because they have TTV in their name but they're not live. And that's the moment where I switched a mental like button and went, okay, you can't argue with these. If you get tunneled, you get tunneled. It's frustrating. I understand. But it is what it is. You get tunneled. It's completely out of your hands. If, how, and when it happens. And people tunnel for the strangest reason. Oh shit! Oh, good fake. Good fake. Kinda sometimes gets you nowhere. Hold on. I need to pay attention. Pain Rest Grim. Oh yeah, that was Grim, yeah. I know, the good thing is, I reciprocate text chats on how they are. If they start being toxic, I should be trying to pull their hair. Okay, that's fair, Kay. I don't think answering good personally. I think they were just curious. Yeah, that's also true, Glenny. For sure. Sometimes it's personal, but not 100% of the time. Yeah, I think. Oh, I don't think we should do this. If you run together, you get 10% haste. Oh, that's the... Oh, I almost had it too. Oh, I almost die here too. Imagine you use the speed boost to get a pallet save, guys. Imagine. That would be so awesome. Maybe one day. I need to run. You're still laughing at this one guy yelling at me for cheating because using a VC. What? They said you were cheating because you're using VC. Okay, yeah, that's funny. You tunnel Micah because she's a TTV. I tunnel Micah because it's funny. We're not the same people. Right, V? I don't disagree on the tunneling part, but I do not like it when I see Steam users not change TTV name back. I always like to watch them if they're in my game. Yeah, so I've been thinking about it, right? Oh. I'm yapping and everybody's dying. Hold on, I'm coming. So I was thinking about that, right? I have the TTV in my name because I want people to know that I'm a creator, that I create DVD content. And not everyone, I mean console specifically, but not... Should we end this? Let's just end this. GG, well played. Not everyone can see my profile, right? Because obviously my profile is public and you can see that I'm a streamer there. Someone's calling me. 1 second, guys.
I'm just a baby.
Sorry, guys. The dog owner's coming to pick up the dog. We're gonna run a quick ad break. I was saying... Okay, Kay was saying... Yes, so I was talking about the TTV in my name. Not everybody has an opportunity to open my Steam profile and to come check me out, right? So I've considered taking TTV off my name, but I don't know that I'm at a place yet where I can say, oh, people will recognize me from streaming just for having my name MVP there. So that's why I'm kind of keeping the TTV. But I'm going back and forth. Trickster makes my heart go brrr. We all have those kind of characters in the game, right? These days, I almost bring Shoulder to Burden with me. You almost always bring Shoulder to Burden so I can take a hook stage for someone. If the killer tunnels, that's a great idea, Ida. I know, hold on. We were talking about Shoulder to Burden with Brooke, right? When he brings Shoulder to Burden to save my ass, he's usually the one that gets tunneled. So, you know, that happens. You've had that before, like the first years of playing? Yeah. We're using a second program outside of the game to gain advantage, aka Discord. GG's. Just a baby. True, I understand your point as well. It's just a me thing that when I see TTV, my head thinks they're live and I can watch them too. Yeah, and that's fair enough as well, right, Kay? You're not wrong. I noticed I got no growth out of it. In fact, it just made people angry for something I did in game, and that's a follow loss forever. Yeah, I think as long as I don't play killer, I'm fairly in the clear. Yeah, for offline. It helps non-Steam players to find out your stream. Yeah, that's how I see it. When I play Survivor and I have TTV in the name, I always get nervous because I feel like I have to do well. Otherwise, they think I'm ass, which I am, but still. Yeah, I get that too, Ada, because there's pressure with it, right? Take TTV out of your name and wear the Twitch shirt. Oh, wait, I'm not wearing my Twitch shirt. Because you're a baddie. People also like to tunnel the Twitch shirts sometimes. But like I said, we already agreed that people will tunnel for any reason. Oh, Loft, you're up. Better idea. Okay, V, I'm listening. I'm listening. This better be a good idea. Do TTV. Okay. Then do some random name that isn't you. That isn't actually a Twitch name. Like, TTV Blaha Blast 2? Or something? I could do that. Exactly. I love this idea. It's very creative. Hold on, let me save this health state for my loft. Don't comment to me. Don't change to me. Don't change to me. Okay, good. Never trust me with a shoulder to burden. You can trust me with giving you a health state. That's what you can do. Alright, let me hop on a gen. Oh, actually, let me hop on Shaq gen. By the way, Micah, I watched you guys in the tournament this past weekend. You guys are so good and it was so much fun to watch. Thank you, Ida. I appreciate it. Yeah, I played 2 tournaments this weekend. I played the Summer Wipeout from Shelly. As well as the, I hit that skill check. As well as Alps Slugfest. And both were great tournaments. Very stressful. Oh, fuck. I was about to let go of the gen. I'm a flop. It's fine. I'm only a TTV. I'm only here for the views. It's not because I actually play well. Everybody knows. GG, W skill check. You saw the Shelly one. You guys were awesome. I appreciate that, Ida. I was thinking about it. We're at a point, like, with the team. We've played together so much that it's so comfortable to play with each other, and we have an ability to, even when things go rough or when people make a mistake, to stay, you know, engaged together as a team, as opposed to get frustrated and upset with each other, because there's no point to doing that. We all make mistakes. God knows. I made several mistakes, even in the final. But the fact that the team kept supporting of one another, you know, keeping each other motivated, saying stuff like, no, just don't think about a mistake, keep pushing, keep gaming. I think that is part of the value of why the team is so successful, you know? And it's really cool to see that. She walked through the pallets? Hold on. Power struggle gaming incoming. No power struggle. GG, no power struggle. You love that, because I agree, in this game it's so easy to mess up. Everybody makes mistakes. Whether you get outplayed, make a mistake, and you know when you mess up. Yeah, exactly. So to play with teammates that don't point out and are supporting each other is such a game changer in this game, honestly. Because I always beat myself up when I make a mistake. That causes us to be in that position. So playing with people that are supportive rather than saying you shouldn't have done that is so nice. Yeah, sorry for the novel. No, I'm interested to hear your opinion, and thanks for sharing. And you raise a valid point, right? You raise a valid point, like it doesn't work for everyone to give the tough love. And sometimes sometimes you make a mistake about something that you don't know. You know, it's when Jill goes, well, I didn't know she could do that. And then if someone else does know, you know, we can talk about it and we all learn, like, oh, okay, we shouldn't be doing this. Because that's a mistake. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot about DMS. And sometimes you make a mistake and you already know it's a mistake, right? There's no need for anyone else to beat you up over it. Tough map for us, facing an artist here. There's not a lot of height difference except for main building. Oh. And it's a tiny map for an artist. No? Is this still Deadman's? I suppose it is. Right, Drummer Witch? So remember that when I was saying yesterday that the plate, the dessert plate turns into... No, that the morsel changes into a dessert plate? I was lying. I was lying for attention. Sometimes when I play with friends and the game is over, they'll say, next time when this happens, do this instead of this. And I'll remember the next time. I think that's a better way to do it, rather than talking and pointing things out right when it happens. Yes. Or... I agree with you, Ida. I've been in similar situations, and I think that is the right way to go about it. There is another situation, whereas you kind of feel everybody go quiet on you. And then you know that you did something wrong, but they feel like they're not wasting their energy on educating you. And that's where I get hella frustrated, because... I know there's something going on and that my teammates are getting frustrated with me, but they're not actually teaching me how to make it better. I still had a bit in this toolbox. I put it in this gen. Oh no! You hate it when it goes quiet sometimes, because to me, I take it as my fault that people are annoyed because I didn't play well. Yes. Exactly. Bro, we almost had the adrenaline unlocked. Shit. Arrows were mates. Fuck me. Jill, I don't make it. I don't make it. I can Kobe, right? Yeah, I know. I was never gonna make it, gamer. Okay, let me go do some strategy here, guys. Let me do some strategy. Let's see what we can cook here. Oh, we can't cook nothing. Okay. A Kobe. Oh man. Unlucky. GG's. GG's. That's enough event mode. That's very nice of you, Drummer Witch. Frog Mike is on the case. Hi, Sketch. Welcome in. How are you? Which is also why when I play with people and they say they're playing badly, I always remind them that I'm just happy I get to play games with friends and I don't care about the outcome. That's it. All I want from a teammate to at least try and do their best. Oh my god, the hatch was right here, I think. Whether I live or die in this game, I couldn't care less. If I have a good chase or get nice save, that's a win for me. Yes. I think where I still struggle is with teammates not understanding the game. What's ringing the bell? Oh. Like, not being on gens for a really long time. For me, it's very frustrating. You need an app? Alright, and thank you so much for the games. Like, not understanding how to read the HUD and how to make your decisions based on that, you know? I still struggle with that. The skin, I've never seen that one. It's intense. Yeah, it's from The Witcher, right? What's the Leshen skin? I'm good, Sketch. I'm good. How are you? How's your day going? You love your new Baz? It looks so menacing? It does! Sounds like you have a really good mindset for playing games like DBD, where random players can be toxic, and to have friends that make suggestions instead of telling you that you messed up in Epic. Yeah, it's Epic. Yes, I agree. It's intuition based too. Yeah. Yeah, because I do a lot on intuition, but I also use the information that I have that's available to, you know, to make my decisions on. I'm not saying I know everything in this game because I really don't. You know, there's stuff, even in the slug tournament, like, there were cases where I just wasn't sure what to do. But, like, using the information available to you to make a decision, which is other than crouching in a corner or not touching a gen when you're not in chase. I still struggle why people don't understand that. And I'm not talking about crazy plays against killers or how to juke up certain powers. I'm just talking about the difference between not progressing the game, aka crouching in a corner, hiding in a locker, not being on a gen when you're not in chase. That is what I struggle with. Is it an Onryo? I'm checking for totems. I'ma be real. You're doing alright? Very chill day. We vibing? Let's go. We love chill days. Cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Errors were made, guys. Errors were made. Yeah. Shit. Trash. All the words. Go for the basement. You know you want to. Not here. Turn right. One hit and I'm off. Damn. People just leave. They don't look at your hook stages. Yes, also that. Knowing that I can Kobe when it's the last two. I could have left, but then you don't get your Kobe. That makes no sense. Exactly. Stuff like that. Crouching in the corner. Can you stop hating on my playstyle? I feel bad when I randomly have to go AFK because my mom needs me. I try to make sure she's napping or asleep when I play to avoid it. I mean, it's gonna happen now because the dog owner is coming and I'm gonna have to go AFK. It happens, right? Of course we try to avoid it where we can. But yeah, we can't always avoid it. Dull. Maybe it's not a totem build. Maybe she doesn't. This is not a gen. Maybe she's not going from TP to TP. I want to play this event on Killer for the blood point, but oh my god, it can be painful. Yeah, I have not had the guts to go Killer on the event mode. I'm also always kind of with people, so I never have to play Killer. We're always on Survivor. Since the Babas, we've not had any killers throw poison at us. At any point in time. Painrest? Yes! Drummer Witch, 100% you can. Oh. At least I'm getting clips out of the event. My pain is rewarded. Then it's value. That's value. I would love a few new people to play with. Hey, let's go. You're NA though, right? Just be mindful, people. I mean, it should not be an issue for people playing together. Oh, hold on. Fucked up my checks, pulled again. I'm just not good. Oh, here's the poison. Bro, can somebody please tell me to lock in? What am I gaming right now? Fucking hell. Anything else planned in the near future when it comes to journeys? Always. I've got Altruism League. I'm playing with 2 teams. So on Thursday I have my set with Lullaby. And on Saturday I'm with Die for Cheese. And then we have a friendly match coming up. Oh, there's no Jen here. I'm sick. On the 11th of July. And I have a Marvel Rivals tournament on the 18th. And a DVD tournament in the weekend of mid-August, 14, 16, 17. Nah, she's just better than me, Ida. That's the problem. Becoming fully comp. Have you seen my chase, gamer? Nothing comp about that. But thank you, Ida. I appreciate it. I also need to remember not to be too hard on myself. Even comp players have off games. Real. Alright, that's my stacks gone. And there's a gen right here. What do you know? Oh shit, Jill's in trouble. Well, I wasn't gonna comment on your chase. And be nice. But we can change that. No, no, no. I have a toolbox. Hold on. Good effort, Jill. Good chase. You weren't chased and I had to trade Zervina, yes. And you got no help, yes. I don't know what the Talita was doing. If you need some help with practice for certain comp things, although I may be some wash these days. I know how to find you, Sketch. We will. Thank you. I appreciate your offer. Taking this tape. Taking this tape. Wait! No! No, 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 no! Oh my god, I was just out of reach for that TV. That was very close. He's lying. It's a way back on the grid. They play really well. GG's, GG's. P100, yeah, figures. I don't know them, but they played very well. Definitely know what they're doing. Alright, let me do the math real quick, guys. We may have to take a break. You're gonna go in late lunch? Oh my god, super late lunch. Thanks for stopping by, Sketch. I appreciate it. Oh, they're live? Oh, Oh, that's cool. Ah, they're Spanish. We might have to play some words, gamers. Cool. They said GG. Okay, hold on. I need to do the timing. Okay, when did I get that call? She said she'd be here in 30 minutes. That's it now. It's exactly 30 minutes. Okay, we'll play some words because she's gonna pick up this dog. So we're just gonna take a short break. Used to play with odds and hands. Oh really? W fucking gamer. Ah, that's when you started watching Hens? That's cool. When he bet 200 views. I mean, wasn't he almost at 200 still here? Okay, V, I see you. Oh, Hens when he was at 200 viewers. Holy hell. Bro, what is this word? It has something to do with gypsies. How do you write gypsies? Oh, gossip. Gossipy? Nothing with gypsies, guys. I was lying for attention. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. 2 Y's and also B2A. That word has 2 Y's and also, by the way, is a slur. Actually, oh, that should not be a thing. Do we go put the next level? 2. If it had 2 Y's. Oh, fuck. No, there's 1 G. It's 2 S's. Hello, Stunty. I feel like I've barely done anything with points, but then I think about it and I've done around 26 prestige. It's not bad. And that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all, 26 prestiges. I can look at my numbers here as well during the next game. Oh yeah, Stunty with the pint. Okay, I see you. That word you saw, huh? Oh, there's no words with an N. Nooped? No. Two. Option. There we go. You had like 1 mil at the event started. I did spend a 10 mil before because I was greedy. I mean, fair enough. Good job, guys. Stunty, how's your day going? Are you happy it's cooled down a little bit? How was work for you, Stunty? Were you able to keep cool? You're in quite a modern building, no? Where's my stats, guys? I need to bring my list so I can do the math. So we've done 20 prestiges on Meg. We've done 5 on Talita. That's 25. 5 on Dwight. That's 30. 2 on Quan. That's 32. And 1 on Shane and 1 on Jason. 32, 33, 34 prestiges. 5 days in. Not bad. Not bad. Not as much as I hope, but we already know. We already know that it's not as much. It's a Jill, on a scale from 1 to 10, quick, how happy are you that you waited around just to play this alien game?
Attention alien army, 2 copy, raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
thank you so much for the raid. How was the rest of your games, gamer? I appreciate you taking the community here. Hi, Alec. Hi, Pinkori.
X-Penguin Alex
we
rated
battle
your channel
together, we
with
raid
15
together.
viewers.
You guys. Hi, Sims Queen. Good to see you again. How are you? Ali. How are you? How are your games? How was DVD today? Penguin rated from the DVD stream. Dutch streamer, fellow Dutchie guys. It's all about the chaos vibe. Making English and Dutch, well, mixing English and Dutch while surviving or not. In the fog. Mental health friendly. Come say hi. Just don't be the menu. Hi, Brabble. Welcome in. How are you, gamer? I appreciate you coming to say hi. Big Corey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. You need to go celebrate. It's your mom's birthday. Hey, yo, Ellie, let's go. Have fun.
Pinkori40 followed your channel.
Go have fun. I assume you're having some nice afternoon activity planned. Maybe a dinner. Need to celebrate before I need to leave for a late shift. Okay. I understand. Go for it, gamer. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I hope it was a good one. Snow, welcome in. Good to see you. Hi. Why is it saying I'm not following you? Twitch things, Pinkori. Twitch things. We found each other again in the end, so all is well. Yes, Twitch is being Twitch as per always. You already followed? Yeah, I remember. Okay, I did not know it was the invincibility thing. Nice. I think they're out of power, no? Are they M1? No, they're not! Twitch being Twitch. Good luck with stream. See you, Ali. See you. Hello, Lady Citrion. Welcome in. Good to see you. Oh my god, Jill, you almost pulled that off too. Now he's out of power. W. Gamers, if you came in with the raid... If you came in with the raid with Ellie, and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DVD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at Horses Stables. I'm a Survivor main. I have 19 P100s. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We're gonna be live here for a couple more hours, so you are welcome to chill and hang out. And if you want to talk about DVD, I'm all here for it. Tell me if you are a Survivor main, if you're a Killer main, and who do you like to play. If you're just here to lurk and watch, have a chill time, just as well. Welcome in, everyone. I don't think I should be running here because we have 2 active gens. Hold on. Nope. Oh, the poison! The poison, the poison, the poison. No. Oh my god, I thought the window was somewhere else. Did I sandbag someone? It looks like it. Sorry! Amazing. You love animals too? Me too. You have 2 cats? Nice. What are they called, Brubble? Do I say Brubble? Are you Dutch? By any chance? Brubble seems like... I mean, maybe it's my pronunciation. Felix and Whiskey. Nah, too cute, too cute. I love it. You are Dutch? Okay, so you don't mind if I go fully Dutch pronunciation on your name and say Brubble. I hope. Hi, Jack. Welcome in. How are you, gamer? How are you enjoying the event? Are you on DVD these days? Not my DVD brain rot thinking about Felix and DVD. Ah, Paigey, you've been completely, what do you call this? Like brainwashed? 100% not? You're allowed to do whatever? Okay, cool. Thank you for the lurk, Pink Corey. I hope you're having a great Tuesday. You're new to DVD, so I really have to watch the gameplay, improve, and learn the game. Let's go! Are we doing a resilience situation over here? I think so. How... do you think... Oh, no, 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 don't change to me. He didn't. Do you think I should put down a... Wait. Where's the hook? I have enough charges, hold on. Damn, there's so many hooks everywhere. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions, but I love to talk about DBD. And glad to hear that you're hanging in there, because it's a game where there's a lot going on. What's the plan, gamer? Are we going for the Dead Heart? There's so much to learn, and maybe there's not one way to play this game. I think there's several. He does not have a terror radius. And he goes back to hook as well. Okay. You haven't been on recently, but I've tried the event. It's enjoyable, but I can see it being torture for killers. Yeah, oh, 100%, Jack. It's so survivor-sided. But we're survivor mains, right? We don't complain about that. Generally. People do that as well when I tell them my cat's named Ace, but it's almost twice as old as DBD's. No, that's so funny. Ace is a really good cat name too. It was your birthday on Sunday. Ayo, happy belated birthday, Jack. Are you drank way too much? Hey, you had a good celebration. That's what counts, right? Actually, how you say it is up to you. It's how you pronounce the name. Don't worry at all. You did it perfectly. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Biggest tip, don't play. No. Don't let Paigey get to you, gamer. Play as much and as often as you can. I think maybe I go for a save as well. I don't know what Miss Faraway is doing. Just making sure. She's going for the save. Okay, good. I go back. Envy's great to learn from. Thank you, Paigey. I appreciate it. And I learned from you again in return, right? Because, you know, even though I've been playing this game for 5 years, I'm still learning new things all the time. Just having fun is what it's about. A friend of mine plays. It's a lot, that's why I want to learn too. Ah, cool. Yeah, with friends, it's better. And there is tactics to go about solo queue as well. But yeah, with friends, I don't make this. I make this. Hey! Is it done? It's done. Is it done? Yes, I got it. He's saying no, but the gen is done. Ace from One Piece. So they were named after someone. That's cool, though. That's cool. My cat's name is Bo. And, that was her name already when I got her. That's Barbecue, I think. Yeah, you're cooked, gamer. Stylish Alex got cooked there. Bo, yes. That was already her name when I got her, and I don't have a lot of information about her history. I don't know her exact age. I think she was maybe 1 year old when she came to me. But I have no fact. But yeah, she's 16 now. Where's the table? And I kept the name. That's what I was gonna say. I've kept the name Bo, which was her name when I got her. I feel the event, when there's alternative stuff to do, like turrets, for example, is extra hard to do because it's wasting so much time away from gens when you're doing the cakes, unhooking your fellow survivors, and you're doing turrets. It takes away from gens a lot. It's bothering me a little bit. Bravo, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Was there... Oh yeah, here. My cats had a really hard time with the weather. Oh yeah, mine as well. She was just laying on the floor all the time. Usually she's in my, I can usually find her. Damn it, I was going for a hell state. I can usually find her in my wardrobe, like the closet that has all my clothes in it. But it was obviously way too warm now with the weather. So she was just in the hallway on the floor, belly up. Not because she was dead, but because she was hot as fuck. Hey yo, Brobble, what the fuck? You just came in. Thank you so much for the sub. Gamer, that is so sweet of you. I
Brabble
appreciate
subscribe
that.
to your
I'm so
channel
dead,
for
by the
1
way.
month.
Oh my god, how am I getting away with this? Dead art! I don't have dead art, guys. I was trolling. Enjoy the ad previewing, the free sub, the free emotes, the sub badge, and the channel point multiplier. And thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. I enjoy your vibes. Wonderful. That's what we're here for. Mostly positive vibes. I complain sometimes. I'm gonna be honest. I get very upset with my own gameplay. But other than that, we're usually chill here. Chilling and playing the DVD. Cute emojis as well. Yes. Oh, I love my doggo emotes. Just be yourself. Exactly. I wonder if he's coming back to who. Jill's hanging on to their plate. Strategically. I always eat it. I don't know why. I could have used it. I need to be more strategic about it. If the plates change to the dessert, damn it. I can still keep it for a time when I'm like in chase. Okay, this may not be a good idea. Well, I'm doing it anyway. 10 VPs, good people. Thank you, Drummer Witch. Is Shaq still up? No, it's not. Unlucky. Pain rest? Are you here? No. Okay, I don't know where Jill is. Damn. I was kind of hoping they would go for me. That's why I played aggressive. So Jill could work on the gen. They changed to the gen. Because they knew we had pressure. Alright, let me jump on this. And let's see if we can make it. 2v1. Oh no! Turrets? No, I'm going this way. Doesn't matter. Unlucky. Yes, chase me here. This place is a minefield. It's gonna be tight, gamers. It's gonna be tight. Hold on. Oh, no. I have hella distance again. The adrenaline! The adrenaline! What are we doing? They broke the pallet. I think I'm on the wrong side. Okay, we hold W. We hold... Woo! No, we don't hold W. We go back. Okay, we have hella distance. I think I'm literally looking at your build. I know, Jill, because you're a gamer, and that's why I love to play with you. Okay, doors this way. Guys, I'm gonna make it out. Thanks to Gilio Star. Invincible to the power. I think you should have checked it in Injured. I mean, I need to check it. Hey, yo, GG's. That was a good game. I enjoyed my my chases. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still coughing. They were nice. They played well. I really appreciate when people can be themselves. There's no need to change. Otherwise, people can just move on, right? Yes, that's it. This is what it is. I can't make it any better. Jill, if you've had enough of events, just let me know. I did such a good play. By the way, Empower. What'd you do? What did you do? Oh my god, what do you mean make sure to check Throne after Steam? Why do I have an email? I've received a new gift. Hello? Oh my god! You bought me a pizza! Bravo! Thank you so much! I'm going to be enjoying that! Thank you, that's huge! I need to look at alerts. I don't know why that didn't come up on stream. And more Steam games as well? Wait. Oh my god! Gamer, you're gonna make me blush. What did I do to deserve this? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. That's so cool because I was looking at the games in the Steam sale. And there's some games that I really, really want to get. That's huge. Oh, your vibes, that's all? No, you're too kind. You're really being too kind. Thank you so much, gamer. I really appreciate it. We will be celebrating both the pizza and the games on a future stream. Because of the event, I'm only playing DBD between now and July 16. But we'll definitely play new games after the event. You and your cat were sharing cold towels in the heat wave. Cute. Aw, Jack. What a good idea. Yeah, it was too warm for everyone. Why is everyone running this way? Did I miss the memo? Dead art. I'm kidding, guys. I don't have dead art. You cracked me while I was doing the laundry in the other room. You know what's extra funny about it, Stunty, is when I actually have Dead Hard on, half the time I forget that I have it and I don't end up using it, and then when I don't bring it and I'm like, if I would have hit Dead Hard, I would press it now and I would give me the endurance. It's crazy how my brain works like that. You can also just enjoy the pizza off stream, just relaxing. I'm gonna need it one time, because I know that my husband's gonna be out. And that I'm gonna need dinner when I'm streaming, so it's definitely gonna come in handy. Thank you so much. A Legion again on this map? Yes, perfect timing. She was inside shack, you dropped from the outside, then stood and healed there. She went around. My animation's so bugged, guys. I wasn't screaming, but you heard the scream. That's crazy. Around, but realized I could just vault and keep healing, so she left. You picked Shack up again? What a play, Jill. What a play. Where am I running? Oh, fuck me. 50-50s, 50-50s. 50-50s! I lost. That is mental. Oh, point tech. Oh my god, yesterday in Scrim, guys, I was with Atsuko. I was winning all my 50s. The team was making fun of me for being the new 50-50 winner. Oh, that was so funny. I really like my team, guys. They're so cool. Oh, they're such wholesome people. We're struggling with the language, right? Because, you know, I joined a French-speaking team. And not everyone is comfortable speaking English. And I don't speak enough French to have an actual conversation. But everybody's trying their best and we're trying to make it work. And I really, really enjoy gaming with them. You understand that struggle too? What languages do you speak? Like, I had French in school and I know Spanish, but not like good enough to have like a proper conversation. You got shot? 112. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Fuck. They're checking this gen, aren't they? No, no, no. Calm down. Oh, they're close to you still? Okay. Oh, I have double audio, guys. Hold on. I forgot to turn off the desktop audio afterwards. Oh, mainly Dutch and English. You understand most popular European languages, but I have a hard time speaking writing it. Yes, that's the thing, right? The Dutchies, I think, generally are able to find their way around in the countries like Spain, Italy, France, obviously UK, Germany, Belgium. But actually having a conversation or conversing in the language, that's a big step. Key. Okay. Am I going to remember where this key is? Probably not. Let me double this with you. Oh, sorry guys. I didn't have an opportunity to snooze my ads. I'm really sorry. The ad will... wait. Maybe I can still snooze it. In the mod view. Hold on. I can. Snooze. Done. W. Oh my god, you're learning Japanese? That's awesome. Have you been to Japan? I see such an increase in people learning about Japanese culture and language. Never? It will be your first time? Nice. Do you have a trip actually planned? What's this basement situation? Okay. I mean, we know he's coming back, but let's see how we do. He's gonna clock us with the poison or something, right? Oh, here we go, yeah. Yeah. I need to get away from basements. That's the main objective. There we go. Successful. You get dead hard animation, no endurance? Shit. Unplayable. Because the ping. Damn. Oh, you have a trip planned with friends. Sorry, I didn't see. Same with German because Gamescom and TwitchCon, yes. But also for Dutchies, it's easier, right? With German, because it's very similar. Oh, your friends have been there a lot, even studied? Nah, you have W friends. Friends playing DVD, friends loving Japan, teaching you about different cultures. That's huge. Oh my god, next year! Let's go. This year we'll be heading to Gamescom. Next year TwitchCon for Germany. Yeah, I'm definitely going to Berlin, gamer. Best believe. I'm gonna be at TwitchCon. Gamescom is still on my calendar, but you may or may not know this. The World Championship Field Hockey is in Amsterdam this year, and I have tickets for the final. Guess what? That's in the same weekend as Gamescom. So I'm still kind of like side-eyeing if I can make it. But I might not make it. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I will enjoy. I will. Like, if the Dutch team doesn't make it to the final, I might end up selling my ticket, right? Because other countries, other people from other countries will be interested in attending that final. And then I could still do a last minute trip. It's drivable distance, no? Is it in Keulen or something? So I can literally drive up last second if I can manage to get tickets, of course. Yeah, it is. Are you going? Yeah, I know you went with Erika, right? I wanted to go with you guys, but I was at a wedding in Croatia. Imagine the timing. Really thankful having them around me. That's huge. You booked it to a hotel for 2 nights? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what day I would be going. If I'm going. Pick my gen, sorry. I have to keep muting because of my cough. Does she actually want to heal? Bro, I can't heal you. It's leverage. It's just that I plan things in advance. Yeah. Makes total sense. It's better. Also, usually you're off better price wise, right? And kind of forgot and got reminded prior to the event. I mean, if you've got everything sorted, it's not a problem, right? This is it, guys. Yeah. No eerie button. Oh, unlucky. Keulen. And doable from Netherlands. That's what I was thinking. I didn't think about the stay though, but then again, I don't know which day I would be going, so that makes no sense. Whoa, is that agitation? He's fast as fuck, boy. It's overwhelming. I bet. A lot of people? Yeah. I mean, Montreal was a lot of people as well, right? Guys, we're doing the ad break. Good timing. We'll be right back. You bring your headphones so you don't have to like deal with the buzzing and the sounds of all the people and everything around you all the time. GG. Good points. Decent points. You require your breaks, yeah. And that's good, right? Like, look after yourself. Anybody gaming? Wait, Pagey's on? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah, I know. Brabbel, did you get your hands on one? Okay, cool. Yeah, we've been giving them away here as well. I had a whole stack. Farming hours trust. We also got a whole hand. It was like, here, take them. He was like, yeah, they wanted to give them away. I've been giving them away in Montreal as well to all the people there at the event, because obviously most of them were NA and did not get that chance at one of them codes. So I was like, yes, take them. Forgot to mention TwitchCon as my first. Was this TwitchCon in Rotterdam this year was your first? Damn. I hope you had a good time. It's so good. Like it's so nice to get your first con in. I mean, obviously you've been to Gamescom, you said, right? But it makes you, like, for people that are a little bit. Oh my god, we already have a West girl now. So hold on. It's so good to get the experience, right? Because people get anxious about meeting all the people and they don't know how it's gonna be. And then you go to a con and you realize how much fun it is and how nice everyone is and how everyone is nervous, you know? So it's really good to get your first one in, you know? I went to TwitchCon for the first time 3 years ago, so I went to all three. I went to TwitchCon San Diego. Hey, you're great. Thanks for the last game. Hi, Honey Pie. I appreciate that. Are you being sarcastic or am I actually great? I can't tell from the way you're saying. But anyway, GG's well played. I hope you're enjoying Anniversary. Have good games. I appreciate you coming to say hi. Yeah, I went to TwitchCon San Diego, and then obviously I've just come back from the DVD event in Montreal 2 weeks ago. Actually, today, 2 weeks ago, I came back, which was an absolute highlight. Yeah, it's really great to go to cons. Yeah, meet lots of new people. Went to Cozy Gamer Meetup, made friends. That's it. You already went with some for mental support. Yeah, of course, of course. Having autism on a convention day is not easy. It really isn't. That goes for anything, by the way. If you're dealing with anxiety, if you're dealing with insecurity, it's in general, you know, it can be really rough. Oh my god, how was that? It was really amazing. I was pleasantly surprised with how big it was in terms of the activities that we could do there. I was pleasantly surprised with how you forget, like, when you go to a TwitchCon, it's all types of games, right? And DVD is my primary game. When I went to Montreal, it was everybody there was there for DVD. That was so cool. Like, everybody there knew about DVD, played DVD, you know, was in some way or form active with DVD, and that's I like that over how TwitchCon is, you know. You work together with DVD? Yes, I'm an official creator for DVD. For behavior. Yes. It's way bigger and greater there. I was kind of surprised? You mean surprised about the Minecraft booth this year? Yes, surprised. Sorry, I just seen that. Yeah, that was huge. Like, I don't play Minecraft. Well, I think this is a write-off. I don't play Minecraft. I don't know. I wonder if this Wesker plays Minecraft. I think he plays only DBD and he plays only Wesker. And he's not gonna get this for free. Because that's not how this works. Hold on, gamers. You lost. I won. Okay. I did go into the Minecraft area and it was so cool what they did right at TwitchCon. That whole place completely decorated, the activities they had there, even as a non-Minecraft gamer. I think he has barbecue, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, good one. Oh, fuck me. He gets me now. GG, well played. Sorry, Jill. Rough game. Go, turn left. Turn left. Do it. Damn it. You're getting grabbed in Invincible? Oh, okay, so it does work on a Bubba, but it doesn't work on a Wesker. We're learning as we go. The only one where it doesn't work. It could be killer power dependent, Jill. That's so cool. You have that with Fortnite. Not a really similar game. Still, cool game though, right? GG. It was so crowded, but it was so cool. Yeah, did you go one day? Bravo? Were you there for the one day? Oh, fuck. Only the one day. Next year 2 days. But probably only one to go 1.5 days. There was plenty of people in Rotterdam that only that didn't even get a ticket to the con, right? It's fun to be you know, spending time with the gamers and hanging out, you know, outside of the con. And to save some money, right? Because the tickets are very expensive. It's fine to go for 1 day to the actual event. And then to hang out with people after and around. I swear to God it's barbecue. Thank you, Jill. I'll be back in a bit. Might as well go to some groceries. Yeah, go for it. Thank you for the games. I really appreciate it. That adrenaline play against the alien was insane. I mean, it worked out well because my chase was good. But yeah, GG. That was GG. Well played. I enjoyed that. I've a hard time with public transport, so that was already a task. I mean, you can be super proud of yourself. You did it. And you survived, and now you know that you're, hold on, able to do that, you know? Like, you're capable. You can deal with it and have a good time, so it's already a lot of value. I mean, we know what to do. Yes, Jill, we do. It already gave me more of a boost. I was able to do these things, but it's step by step. That's it. That's it. Okay, is this guy throwing? Yes. Okay, the hatch is gonna be right here though because I deserve it. Hold on. fuck my life. Can he see me when I see him? Does he have Deerstalker? I'm sick!
Do you actually think you can complete?
Oh man. The tile was too far, guys. The tile was too far. Dwight's always deserve hedge. Not today. Loft, are you still playing? Are you doing normal? Are you chilling? Can I join? GG. I want to know if it's barbecue. Well, yes. It's not barbecue. He just... Maybe it was Deerstalker. Every 30 seconds, the survivor with the least time chase sees your aura. Every 30 seconds, the survivor with the least time in chase sees your aura. While a survivor sees your aura, you see their aura. See, that's... No. No GG. No GG. Okay, I want to ask. Why? Okay, I'm gonna go. But... I can't type. But... Why? You say that twice to me. Oh, we've already played against them? Hold on. Why no GG if GG? Because it's not a good game. Not good for me or for you? Question mark. I don't take enough blood. No GGs, guys. No GGs. Let's see. Everything here is not good. Everything here is not good. That is a bad match with bad results. You almost had perfect game points. Sure. Hold on. Hold on. He's getting to his point. It's coming. I can feel it. You should join me in Loft to get Arella P100. I will, Brooke, but she's not high on the list. But I'm working on it. She's P20. She's definitely getting points. Chow. Chow. That's not how you spell Chow, but Chow. I thought the conversation was going there somewhere, guys. I guess it was not to be. I thought we were going somewhere. I was sure it was going somewhere. Oh, Libby's here! W, Libby. Alright, I'm on my normal builds. Don't say GG or you'll get banned. Sorry guys, I'm catching up on chat. How long have I been on Twitch? Because I'm sad I just noticed you. I mean, there's a lot going on Twitch, isn't there, Brubble? There is a lot. This is my 4th year streaming. Correct? 2021? No, I've been gaming since 2021, streaming since 2023, 23, 24, 25. Yes, this is my 4th year streaming. I'm still a small streamer. I'm a small streamer. I will not be doing that. Oh, Loft is not getting P100 Orella. No GG, no GG. Easy, no GG. Yeah, they got max score. I don't know. They can't get fulfillment from this game. That must be awful. Why are they mad? They literally won. Yeah. No GG. That's the 2nd time you say GG. I kick your ass for the 2nd time and you say GG. No GG. The mastermind is not happy. P15 and love to such a P10. We'll get yeah, it's Chow V. We'll get her up there. Brooke, I'm working on her. And P10, she will stay. I would have said something mean, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna chill outside for a bit. Thank you so much for the chat. I had a blast here. I'll make sure to join next time again. Thank you, Brabo. I really appreciate you not only coming to hang out with us, but the sub right away as you're new here, and the gifts on Throne. That means a lot, gamer. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the outside. Whatever it is that you're gonna be doing. Why is it a first on this map again? Hello? My alert's too loud. My alert's too loud.
Kodalok 890 followed your
Thank
channel.
you so much for the follow. Welcome in, gamer. I appreciate your support for the channel. Ah, sucks. Sucks. I'm gonna get him one here because he's getting upset that he can't. He knows everything. This is a gen. Hello.
Your time draws near.
Hold on, guys. I'm cooking. Oh, careful. Stress was real. The stress was real. Sorry for the sandbag, my loft. Oh my god, Libby got the short end of the stick after all that. Let's do this, Jen. Mr. President, a second GG has hit the chat. You guys crack me up. Gamers, I appreciate you hanging out here with me on this Tuesday. Thank you for chatting, chilling, lurking, gaming. You're welcome to hang out here. We're live 3 to 4 days a week. And it's lurker friendly. If you just want to chill, that's absolutely fine. And if you want to talk about DVD, you can, because I love talking about DVD. Let me know if you like to play Survivor or Killer, or who your main is, or if you have any questions about DVD, let me know. Lurker not friendly. If you lurk, you die. What? V, what's the hostility? Oh shit. Oh, Wiglif. Let's go. Bro, I already have 3 stacks on me. It's not looking good. He's come to slug. He really was. And I need to remember that when I pick someone up to not stay there and heal, because he just wants to get an easy power hit in. Don't mind V. They're in an evil mood. They're getting ready for... Wait. You're getting ready for your con this weekend, aren't you, V? How's outfits coming along? W fucking gaming. I win. GG once more. I have no... What can I... What do I have? I have 254 cakes from last year. No GG, no easy. You already said. Yeah, you already said GG. No GG. You already said GG last time. I'm like, what? Oh. We can play Orilla. You are ready. Outfits are just about done, but I realized the shorts for one of the outfit was too small, so you had to rush on Amazon and order for a bigger size, hoping it arrives in time. Oh my god. I have that all the time. When I always order secondhand stuff, right? From people selling their clothes. And sometimes the cough is so bad. Sometimes it's not what you envisioned, so then you have to rush. I've definitely been in shops like a few days before an event, frantically scrambling to get stuff. No, Orella should be the next P100 after the anniversary, Glenny. She's P20. She's always been on the list. But she, I think, is the next highest. I want to put points into Renato V Sable for the Twitch shirt, because every skin she has goes with the Twitch shirt. And Orella. Those are the next ones that I will be working on. I was supposed to do Renato with Courtney, right? But that never happened. I got him to P10 and then I got distracted. Hey, yo, Stace. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 72. Oh, sorry guys, new cough drop. I'm gonna have a coughing fit again. I only really play Renato when I play with Bear. I need that skinny boy hitbox. Stinty, thank you for hanging out. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 36. Oh, okay. I see the problem. I see the problem. For those of you that don't know, it's a pig. And they have a strategy. They are running Thrill of the Hunt with a hex totem called... what's it called? It's a night perk. If you have an injured survivor, face the darkness. Thank you. You'll be screaming. Which makes it next to impossible to get the totems cleansed. Because if you scream, it bounces you back off of the totem, as you've just seen. And you have to start the cleanse from start again. So that's one of the reasons why they're bringing this build. The second reason is... when they put a trap on your head if you're trying to get the head trap off of your head going through the gearboxes, the scream also pushes you off, and then you have to start again. And meanwhile, the timer keeps on going.
Let's get you
Okay,
healed
Face the
and then get
Darkness
the
is still
fuck
up.
outta here.
Maybe I cleansed Thrill. I don't know if there was Ruin as well. But this is a very common build, which is very strategic on Pig specifically. Okay, Lost in Chase. I think Libby is gonna check for Totem. I'm gonna start another gen. It is Ruin. Okay, there we go. Look away from the darkness. W hit taking. Head pop Piggy. Exactly. Stunty knows. I'm starving, but there's nothing here. And I don't want to order food. Glenny, don't starve would be my advice. Is there anything, can you make anything? A grilled cheese sandwich, just in a pan with bread and cheese. An egg, boil an egg. Fry an egg. Anything. Noodles, Stunty's on the case. Noodles, great suggestion. Just raw. Just raw noodles. I don't know why I didn't go for the pellet. I'm gonna be honest. I'm an idiot. Bread is gone still. You already checked. Do you have a toaster? Make some toast. Put it in the oven. Put it in a toaster. Put some jam on it. Boil a singular egg. Noodles. Always works. Okay, I decided not to drop God Pellet. At this minute, I'm wondering why I did that. That's not Bam. Which means I can go again, but I'm dropping this pellet nonetheless. Okay, we have the window at the front as well. I'm gonna try to make it back to that. Because she doubled back, I am going to make this medium. Oh. Okay, I make it back to this window again. I have more distance now than I had last time. Okay, we go back to the front window. I'm gonna need to see if I can get to a pellet at some point, because she's gonna hella bloodlust this. Okay, I found a pellet. Hold on. I got stuck. Is she going for the gen? Thank you, gamer. Thank you. Okay, that's the bloodlust gone. She still wants me. I have a window and a pellet here. Let's see what we can do. Oh. I was gonna say she doesn't mind game as she mind gamed me. I'm on the pellet though. Maybe there's someone here. No. No fucker here. Oh yes! There's a fucker right there. I can't see a totem. Bro, it was Face the Darkness. She has Benty. Bro, you know what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. They found the spicy totem, right? It was Face the Darkness, but Face the Darkness moves around the map to dolls. So Brooke was cleansing it as it was spicy, committing to it because it's gonna help us progress the game, over going for the pellet save. However, the totem moved. So by the time they cleansed the doll, they didn't cleanse the totem because that it had moved, and also they were too late for the pellet save. I'm gonna be honest, that's quite funny. Let me clip that. I can make a great TikTok out of that. Noodles went out of date. Yeah, Noodles, I wouldn't care. You have no idea how fussy I am about this. Okay. Then eat nothing and starve. That's the alternative. Fuck. It's me, isn't it? I'm cooked. Mate. Ooh! Okay, we don't have the pallet here. But also she doesn't give a shit. Okay. I'm gonna need to do a box. I'm gonna go all the way. No, I'm gonna do this one. No. I'm gonna go and save. No, I'm not saving nothing. Bro, my trap isn't going because I'm in chase. Okay, hold on. I need to go. Wiglet pickup though, right? Almost, almost. Okay, I gotta do my head. It's extended duration. Lopez got the Wiglet pickup. We have 1 gen left. I think we have a good chance here. She picks, okay. That buys us some time to get another box. I'm hoping the last gen isn't in main because I do want to go to main first. If this doesn't save my head to get the next box. Yes, perfect. And another totem cleansed. Wonderful. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna heal first. And then let's see where we're at with gens and saves. There we go. W great skill checks. The add-on on my medkit, the surgical suture, the bottom one of my add-ons, allows me for extra, how do I say this, extra charges if I hit a great skill check, which allows me to get 2 heals out of this medkit, provided I hit my great skill checks. It's my favorite add-on. It's very strong. I may have made a mistake cleansing that totem. I think apart from Pentimento, she's perkless now. I hope Libby knows where the other totem is. Loftus in chase, probably supported by Brooke. I'm gonna sit on this gen. Hey, the Penty icon is gone, so maybe it was Penty, just a little bit delayed. There we go, Brooks with Loft. Where? Oh, there, okay. Oh, and a save. W buying time. I think both of them have adrenaline. So if I pop this gen before they go down, they will both get healed. They will also be stuck with an active trap on their head. Dilemma. So do you pop this gen and go for the full health state on both? Or do I not pop it and give them a chance to get the trap off of their head before they get tunneled out of the game? With an active trap. I'm gonna give it a second. I can't, it's ruin. Okay. Popped. It is what it is. Okay, Libby's in chase. That's an advantage. If Loft's doing head traps, Brooke is doing head traps. If Libby's in chase and I get gates, Brooke and Loft will get a chance to take their trap off. No, Loft did not. Oh, and now I'm in chase. And she's opened the door. Okay, I'm gonna go open the other door. Yeah, we're all on a timer now. Okay, that's not a problem that she picked Libby, because this allows Loft and Brooke some time to look into their head traps and try and get them off. I'm gonna try to also open this gate, and then hopefully we can go in for a save on Libby. I wonder what she's doing, if she's camping, if she's looking for me on the gate, or if she's going for the people with the head trap. She's with me. No, that's not her. That's Brooke. If she camps this, she loses the game. Where is Loft? She is camping this. Interesting decision. Is this Brooke's last box? It is. Okay, we heal.
I got you.
Listen, Libby does not have a lot of time. W, great skill check. Okay, we have to move now. And see if we can get this pool. You need to go, gamer. He went to the wrong gates. Now we make it. It's a 4-man out. I'm sorry, gamer, but that was kind of funny. Did you see what happened, guys?
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
She went to the wrong gate, guys. Vitor! Thank you so much for the raids. Welcome
Vitor
in.
rated your channel with 10 viewers.
Welcome in. How was Kirby? Thank you so much for taking your community here. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Gamers, if you don't know Vitor, cringe hacking. What hacked? We're accused of hacking. Hold on. Yeah, please go drop them a follow. Fellow DBD enjoyer, but plays a whole variety of games. They're from Portugal. Portuguese robots been on a Pokemon Shield journey. They do like their Pokemon games. With some DBD and coffee breaks in between. They're all about cozy vibes and LGBTQI plus pride. Drop by for games, less, and maybe a little anxiety. It's all good. It really is. Brooke, let me know who was hacking. I'll report them. That's so funny. I hope everyone's doing well. Yes, we're doing great. We're having some interesting endgame chats today, but games are good, vibes are good. We're having a great time. Kirby's been so much fun. Currently playing the Switch 2 edition of it. Oh my god, that's so cool. I used to love Kirby. Nah, GG. Bye. Okay. They didn't have anything. They didn't have any arguments to back it up with. It doesn't matter. We go to our next game. Stop being a hacker, dude. I'll report you. Wait, Brooke, why are you accusing me of being of hacking? Let me ask him if I'm the problem, guys. I'm reporting you anyway. Games have been good. We played some. Brooke thinks I'm the problem. I got my head off too fast. We played some anniversary event earlier, which was a good time. But I've got a new crew here playing regular, so I joined them for some games. For fuck's sake, Micah, what are we gonna do? You haven't played the event yet? I need to have heard some mixed things. Yeah, people are generally negative, Vitor. Be right back, gonna get some food. I'm hungry. Go get some food. And thank you again for taking your community here. Sorry, gamers, there was a lot going on. But if you came in with the Raid with Vitor and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Debadella content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm a survivor main of 19 P100s. I love playing DVD. And when I'm not playing DVD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting, and I work at a horse stables. Welcome in. We're going to be live for another couple hours here. So you're welcome to hang around, chat, chill, lurk. All is good. I appreciate you being here.
I have no interest in dying today.
Okay, corrupt. Wesker. And Libby is already in chase. Now we know that our P50 Wesker from 2 games ago ran lethal. They were onto Libby quite soon, so there is a possibility that this Wesker ran lethal as well. You're doing some warm-up running, gamer? I see you running around this fence. Or are you being chased by your inner demons? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
3818 followed your channel.
I appreciate your support for the channel. Who's here? Why? Who's crying? Libby, why are you crying? Another mastermind. Yeah, be careful with the GG. And it was lethal too, Stunty, which was on their build, so I wonder if it's the same one. Eerie 4 on killer, let's go. W grind. Oh, Libby's brought the mega boon, guys. Oh, I have a spray. What am I doing? Just cheesing it with the poison and the one shot? Yeah. That's fine, only. That's the way to get through the event right now as killer. Oh! Hello? I don't think it's the same guy. He's not as confident. Loftus got kidnapped. Yeah. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. Oh, Tinkerer, that's why. I was wondering why there was no TR. It would be funny if it was them again. Sorry, Brooke, you got auto-modded for that. Scared the shit out of you with Tinkerer. This is a very dangerous can. And I'll tell you why.
We're gonna laugh.
For me being on controller, if I want to drop the pellets, there's a chance that I pick up the can instead because it's the same button. Ah, I got cooked. I got cooked. Basement? Okay, that's not gonna be an easy save. But we have 2 gens done, another one on the go. We have a mega boon. I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful. Did you see that grab on Loft, Ida? That was funny. I'm gonna be honest. That stuff cracks me up. Oi! Boone? Okay, we go Boone. Loft, why are you robbing me of these points? And why is Libby sandbagging us? Hello. W Mega Boone, guys.
I won't
Oh.
forget this.
Wait, it sounded like someone had Ouroboros, but nobody is infected except Libby. I think he lost Libby because of Shadow Step. That's excellent. I don't know that we have any gen progress. I got scared, didn't I? Okay, it was right. I was right to be scared. I was right to be scared. Uh-oh. Clever, clever. There's no way you make this. I didn't think so. Oh no! I should have had the pellets. Oh, you got exposed from drama. There's no way. We got another gen out of that. Pink Ori, thank you for the lurk refresh. I appreciate you hanging out.
Thank you.
Nice. Good stun, Brooke. Well done. I don't think there's another gen here in the boon. I kind of wanted to hang out in the boon, but I'll go work on this gen. Oh. Hello. Their gen is gonna give him undetectable because of Tinkerer. I'm gonna have to leave though. I'm gonna keep running. Fuck, where is he? He's here. I don't know where any pellets are. Thank you, Libby. You're amazing. Guys, look at Libby taking hits for me. What a team. What a gamer, what a team. We're gonna go back to the gen that has the most progress, which is here. Libby just saved my life, guys. Taking that hit like a demon. I don't think it was pain res. I'm a professional, I promise. I love doing that. Libby again with the hit taking. Sorry, Libby. I thought it was just Loft there. I didn't see Libby. Oh no. Key? I don't think he wants to chase here because the active gen over there. I'm gonna start a new gen. Although... Oh my god, good dodges, good dodges. The gen on the other side of main, for fuck's sake, has a lot more progress. Nice. I just need to last, guys. I have adrenaline. Where is he? He's going to the gen. Beautiful. Beautiful gaming. Shit! Brooke. I don't think Libby knows about adrenaline. What is... Guys, what does Libby know about adrenaline? GG adrenaline. Now we have a good chance of getting a 4-man out here. Hold on. Both gates are ready. I kinda maybe... I mean, Brooke's death hook as well. He fucked it, guys. He fucked it. Who am I taking hits for? This is scary. This is scary. Let's go. GG. What a good idea to go for like a heal tech but a different kind. What a great idea, guys. GG, well played. Let's say GG. It's not the same Wesker. He left also. Unlucky. Nice, good points. That killer was insanely bad? You think so, Kexi? I don't think he was insanely bad. I think we have a very good team. I've definitely seen Weskers that are more proficient in using their power, but I don't think he was insanely bad. I think we played insanely well as a team. Like, I was Deathhook. Libby taking hits for me twice, and either Brooke or Loft always hanging around me to make sure that I can be escorted to a safe tile. That's very difficult for a killer to deal with, you know? Do you play DBD yourself, Kexi? He wasn't really good with power, yeah. He was good, but not so good with power. I think so. I got mostly M1s, that's what I'm saying. But it's not... I don't think he was, like, insanely bad or new to the game, for that matter. Slowly getting my points up again. We already spent 5 million on Talita today. We're getting back up to 2 mil. And in 3 minutes, so after this game, we can claim our weekly blood point offering from the store, which is 250,000. I will gladly be taking that.
Stay alive. All of you.
Okay. W map. W Billy. Lop doesn't like to go against Billy. And Libby has a massive disadvantage here because of Ping being NA. I think I leave this gen, I'm gonna be honest. Libby's putting up the Mega Boon. What does Brooke know about being in first chase, guys? He's cracked. Hey yo, GGX! GG well played. We are a 4-man Swift. It was a rough game for you, but you gave us hell. I was very lucky that my team was there taking hits for me. First and last game is Wesker in a month? No, gamer. Don't give up, literally. There's so many factors influencing whether you have a good or a bad game. Just because you faced an experienced crew doesn't mean you should be playing Wesker. You'll have good games and you'll have bad games. Same for us. This game with this Billy, I already know it's gonna be a bad game. Because Brooke doesn't know how to hit the skill checks. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know, maybe I go here. I didn't mean to go here. Are you a killer main, X?
AKS_101
I like going against
follow
Billy,
your channel.
guys. He left. Thank you for the follow, gamer. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. W chase. Let me clip that. I need to clip it, not for content creation, but I need to show Brooke how you loop a Billy. You rarely play killer, but I've been playing it a lot more recently. Everything comes with practice, X. I personally am a Wesker enjoyer, not to play as, more to go against. I really enjoy going against Wesker. I think it can be a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know if you've played the event or not, but right now the event, it's very survivor-sided. So I can't recommend it if you're still learning killer. I would stay on regular. But just keep at it. Keep, you know, rotating between different killers. You'll find a killer that matches your playstyle, like with their power. And my team here, both, like everyone said in chat, I thought they were really good. He was actually pretty good. I thought he was quite good. We said you need, we felt that maybe some more practice on how to use the power. But other than that, you're well on your way to become a very, very, very good Wesker killer. Oh, you got backdraft, Brooke? That sucks. Fuck. Nice, good down. I was thinking I can't go to the window because he knows now that I use that window really well on this tile, but he he kept his eye on me and got a good down. Oh my god. One hit. Oh, the pain. Hi, pretty. Welcome in. How are you? How's your Tuesday going? You. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, pretty. With the 82. Yeah, guys, I think I was saying earlier to Jill, they were up there, but I think you guys, you, Pretty, Lake, and Jill, you guys are top 3 most, I think you guys are top 3 with the most, doggo treats. I'm gonna be honest. Good so far? Nice. Are you gaming tonight, Pretty? Have you been on the event? I'm doing great. I had a really good chase against this Billy. I'm very proud. I'm playing with the wonderful crew. We have Loftus, Brooke, and Libby here. I played with Jill earlier, which was great. I'm having a good time. I'm struggling with this cough. Still, it's a pain. But yeah, generally doing well, having fun playing DVD. And having a good stream, hanging out here with everyone. You're gonna play later? Let's go. Yes, most doggo treats. I think so. I think Lake has 84, and I think Jill and you're around 80, 82, 81 plus. And the 70 stream streak. Pretty, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, I was yapping. I should have done the adrenaline play. My team's gonna yell at me. Brooke, tell me, what do I know about this adrenaline when I'm yapping? Sorry. I fucked that up. I may have killed Loft, you guys. I'm gonna be honest. Daddy! It's okay, we take the 3 out. Is he camping? Oh, Libby's already down there, you guys. Yeah, adrenaline would have 8. Are you guys out yet? Bro, Libby's actual goats. Last stand. I don't have it, but imagine. Who has last stand, guys? Finesse? No one. Unlucky.
It's just a scratch.
Yeah. That was a risk. I should have gone for the save. I don't know if I would have had it. It was worth a try. Oh shit! We have endurance, guys. We have 2 people with endurance. Yes! We have 3 people with endurance. And a boon and more endurance. Is it time to reset? Libby the goat, by the way. Ultras and kills? Not yet, Brooke. Not yet. It makes for quite the spectacular plays as well. Leap for hatch? Okay. I can see it happening. I believe. Libby deserves hatch for that. For that basement save on Loft. Libby! 4 men out of that! Wow, guys. Imagine. That was insane. Me yapping about Last Stand. And then
Some kind of prank?
we get everybody out of basement with Wiglif, MFT, and off-hook endurance from the save. Beautifully played. Absolutely beautifully played. Well done, guys. What was that about alternative kills? I have no idea how we got a Furman now, but holy shit, GG's, yeah. I mean, Libby fucking carried with the basement save on Loft. Getting both him almost fully out of that basement and Loft as well. And then when Loft came back in when I was slugged, we already knew what was coming. He was gonna unhook Libby for the BT. He was gonna pick me up with Wiglif. That was 3 people on endurance running straight out of that basement. Nah, that was perk value, that. That would have been a good clip. It's been clipped, gamer. I'm putting it on the TikTok. It's happening. Yeah, I thought Libby was gonna run past that hatch. I think sometimes. Yeah, unlike me. I could have had you with the adrenaline, and me, I was just yapping away, finishing the last gen like la 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 la. GG's team. Excellent gaming. Love to see it. Oh.
We have one shot here. Let's work together.
Where's my OBS gone? Here. Corrupt. Corrupt. I'm seeing a lonely gen. Map value. Oni. Okay, we're gonna need that boon. Hi, Nena. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you? Are you at work? Don't pre-drop. I remember. Gamers, for those of you that weren't here earlier, me and Brooke were in a game against an Oni. Brooke took first chase. Now, for those of you that don't know, Oni gets his power from drawing blood that's left behind by survivors when they're injured. So what the strategy is when you're facing an Oni is you want to delay that first hit as long as possible. Because as soon as the first hit comes in, that means he's got blood, which means he's got his power. Which means it's going to be an easier game for them. And one of the things that's really good to do, this is not the tile that I thought it was. Great. I just go down edge. I don't even make it up here. Pretty badly played. So you want to pre-drop your pellets to avoid that hit, right? Now, Brooke took first chase in the game earlier. They dropped 4 pellets. 2 were pre-drops to prevent hits. 2 were stuns. And we went to say... We got a 4-man out. We went to say GG to the streamer. It was a content creator. And they said no GG. And we were like confused. And then Brooke went to say GG in their chat. Oh, I died. Well played. A good prediction. We went to say GG in their chat and they insta-banned Brooke. And then when we asked why, they said because they pre-dropped all their pellets in the first chase. So, that's why we're making jokes, because we think it's a bit ridiculous to ban someone from a stream entirely because they pre-dropped pellets in a game, supposedly. You called it bitch behavior. You're always at work. You're doing good. It's been so long. How are you? I know, Nana. I'm back at it, though. I'm back from traveling. I'm here all summer. Bro, you need to calm down. Thank you. Thank you, Libby. Thank you, guys. Sounds like Biggie would be banned. Yeah. I think everybody, though. So we're kind of like joking around today about we can't say GG anymore. Okay, I play safe. I just disturbed a crow. W for playing it safe. He slugs though. He doesn't, he picks. Okay. You once was banned from a friend stream just for lurking and not saying anything. For context, I was dealing with post-breakup feels, which were not good. So yeah, that sucked. That does suck, Victor. I hope it worked out in the end. But yeah, I think in general, getting banned from a stream is frustrating. If you're being a troll at someone, whether during stream or off stream, it's good that, you know, streamers have the option to ban someone. But I feel that these days sometimes, especially in the example today, banning is used so lightly for like any reason. Like banning someone from your stream because they said GG and then saying it's because they pre-dropped pellets. Like what? Doesn't sound like a good friend. In the end, no. I hope things are better. Yeah. So Vitor, I was talking to you about the event. I hope you have some nice food now, by the way. But it's very survivor-sided. I'm gonna wait this out, guys. So if you play Killer, please remember that it's gonna be rough games. Or potentially rough games, right? Overall, for Survivor, I find the event very enjoyable. I hope you get a chance to try it out. if you're done playing Kirby on Switch 2, of course. They're better now, but it was so out of nowhere. I found out recently that not only was I on ban, but also their chat suddenly became subs only. Ah! I mean, maybe they feel like they need to protect themselves from someone or something, right? It's possible. I usually don't mention those things, but I hope that wasn't rude of me to mention. No, of course not, Vitor. That's your experience. That's fine. We can talk about those. He's getting hella frustrated with the boon because of the shadow step. Oh, you guys with the hugs. Hold on, guys. I need to take this call. I'll be right back.
Must be humbling to suck on so many different levels.
I'm back, guys. I'm back. Sorry, I had to take that call. It's eruption as well. He's going around the front to the gen. He might have seen the crow. No, he picks Libby. I don't know that this gen has a whole lot more kicks in it. He's gonna come for me though. No, he thinks I'm on the gen. Okay. Stealth for a little bit until we figure out where he is. Sorry guys, let me catch up. Thank you for looking at my OnlyFans, Nana. I appreciate it. And then I enjoyed the double trade. Thank you for the 11. V, thank you for the dance. Thank you for the caramel dansen. It's roughly 8 AM. Oh, this gen is dead, guys. You had a 6 AM nail appointment. Nana, let's go. W nail appointment. They look so good. I got to work just on time. Love to see it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. It's doable. It's doable. I'm gonna be patient first and wait till he's out of power. Then we're gonna start working on this door. Just until the letter A. So that the lights don't come on, so he won't know that I'm working on it. Then we hide until he comes to check the door. Out of power. And then hopefully we have enough time to get out. Well, sucks to be me. Unfucking lucky, guys. This pallet's already gone. I don't know where the window is. Oh, it's not gone yet. Nice. GG, well played. GG. We almost had it, guys. We had a chance here. I should have stayed closer to the, to the gate instead of behind the barrel. I'm annoyed by that. GG's. I have to yell at Brooke? I don't think I have to do anything, Loft. Why are you yelling at Brooke? He's watching TikTok. Is it my TikToks, Brooke? I can allow it if it's my TikToks. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Well. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Drummer Witch. I think today is the release of the new Silent Hill character. No, the legacy character. You just bought it? Excellent. That reminds me, does anyone want to buy a kidney? What? I don't know.
Try to not lose any blood.
You have an extra kidney? Like, it cost me a kidney. So it's like you need the money. You're selling your kidney to fund for that you've bought this chapter. We'll find you a buyer, gamer. We'll find you a buyer. I'm sure we will. Exactly. It's Cheryl. Your hands are tied. Sounds reasonable. Why did I run away from that to have to go all the way back for a save? Dumb. Livy went for the save, lost in chase, probably trying to take it away from the hook and the gen, because we had the gen with the highest progress there as well. They may be able to hop back on it. Lost a lot of progress. That must have been from a gen regression perk. I wonder if it's pain res. Let's see. No ruin. That was a long walk for a hook because pain res. There we go. Main hook is a pain res hook. Brooke's gonna go for the save. I can't stress enough how much I'm sick of this killer now. I remember a time when you used to say that about Ghoul, and now you can't get enough of them. Oh. Well, Loft is on a totem. It could be a spicy. I found 2 dolls here so far. That was Devour Hope. That was a very good find. Back to main. Back to Brooke. He comes here, I think you're cooked. There's nowhere to go. He vaults that, it's blocked. Oh, I went for the pallets. Okay. Works for me. Why is no Nancy complaining? Because that was a really rough game against that Oni. We gave it our everything. It was not good enough. We need more Oni scrims? Let him go yell at you real quick for that. There's no way he wants to scrim Oni. I do have a lot of Oni scrims because the killer player on Team Lullaby is an Oni main, right? So I've done a lot of Oni scrims. As long as he's not in power, I'm fine. I can handle it. But as long as he's in power, I flop the fuck out of those scrims. You mean 420 Oni scrims? Good then. Fuck, they're on Libby. Oh, don't walk underneath. Okay, so main gen has a lot of progress. That's where you like to hook people. Gotta get that Houndmaster. The new Cheryl skin out is so beautiful. Yeah, I knew it was coming today. Here we go again, guys. Oh, someone's medkit's here. Yeah, I don't think I get out of this game, honestly. I get out. Oh my god! They don't have a spear. Nice. Woo! Scared the crap out of me. GG's. Sorry guys, I didn't have a single chase. I was just on gens. Devour hope. Turn back the clock. Jagged compass. Pain or resonance. Scary game. We go again. Quick. Blood points. Get your free gift, gamers. It just reset 40 minutes ago.
Memory. 3.
Why is it giving me a mark? But there's no...
Memory. 425.
Well, that's frustrating. Drop a pellet and chase. I guess I never did that. Alright, I'll be right back. Thank you for the alert refresh. 7-minute killer queue. Holy punishment for playing killer. Is Brooke here or is he checking my TikTok again? Spending money. He's getting the Cheryl's skin, the legacy skin. Awesome. Oh, they got it. Let's go. Oh my god, you got it as well. World's first P100. Hinako. That's funny. You had it first. I believe you. You're a trendsetter, you loved. I mean, technically, Loft, there could be other reasons why people buy skins in the game, okay? It doesn't have to be because you got it first and they're jealous. Be real. I was also the world's first P100 Maria. Let's go, Jill. No, he said he was jealous. Yeah, okay. Well, then it must be true. He said, now I'm gonna have to fucking buy it. Well, he didn't say he was jealous then, did he? I literally told him it came out. He didn't know until I said it. Exactly, and we were talking about it. So basically, we're setting this trend, and Loft is like, wait, why is everybody talking about this? And I didn't know. Let me jump on this. I see how it is. Knights. Holy. I wonder if he doesn't have TR. With someone having the thing, the minion, the guard on them. He does have TR. Oh, I literally ran into him. W. They sound so close. They call them back. Okay. Works for me. W, Night Gaming. He's going for the gen. Is that the? Yeah, he has no TR. He's nervous about losing that gen. He has no terror radius, guys. He's got Pyramid Head perk. I can never remember these perk names. I don't know if him camping this gen is gonna give him the value. Oh, why didn't you drop it? Unlucky. I think it might have been a pallet save. Oh my god, you need this skin? Does it have voice lines? I don't like voice lines. You can't body block me, gamer. That's not how this works. I wonder if he knows there's other gens. No, but her screams and cries are cute. I'll stand next to you when you're injured. How about that? I can join you in some games though, I think. I mean, I have Cheryl, I have Cake on her. I try, but no prompt. Ah, we might have blocked. Okay. Yeah, maybe I wasn't out. That is so unlucky. That would have been kind of cool. We have several gens with high progress. I don't know if it's a 3-gen down there, but I'm gonna keep doing this one. I'm sure we'll get it. What the fuck? Why did I heal? I literally get adrenaline. Oh shit, Libby wasn't on the door yet. That's unlucky. Ay, 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 ay. Now what, gamers? Maybe I'm getting too tired. Oh my god. Libby died again with the hatch underneath him. Sorry, Libby. I thought you were going to take a hit from the guards. I thought I would. When? Someone else was in the... It didn't catch me. We were... You had Wiglet. Which one? In the gates. That's what I'm saying. I did not get that at all. And I don't know, when he was with us, why was Brooke not going for the save? Maybe I'm too tired. You're a flop. Like, if we're all gonna be in the gate, no one's gonna go for a save, but we all know that. It's because the Wigglyf icon is not coming up for me in the bottom. And then I forget that it's a Wigglyf pickup. I know it gives endurance in the right, but I just look at the perks. Anyway, I fucked up then. It was a stretch though. Oh, thank you. Guys, my husband cooked pasta for me. I'm so lucky. Yeah, we're all tired. Maybe we're all just tired. We've had some great games today though, honestly. That Billy game. That was insane. Yes, W husband then, huh? W husband indeed. I want to try and go for another hour, like 4 games. If y'all are down.
I have no interest in dying today.
Oh, I was gonna change to Cheryl. That didn't happen, did it? Nena's down. Nice. Sounds good. I see something walking there, but I can't see what it is. Is it a demo? Yes. Oh. Okay. Okay, demo puppy. I'm here for it. Libby got the stun. Let's go. Down for what? 4 games, Brooke. I'm thinking 4 more games. And then I have to go feed this cat that I'm cat sitting. Yes. Loft is down. Brooke is down. And, well, we'll see what Libby's plans are. You got a hag in your game? Are you playing event or normal? W fucking hag gaming. This gen has not been kicked. It's a surprise to me, honestly.
You got nothing to worry about. I got you.
I love Libby. They're such a gamer. Let me skip that gen before we 3-gen ourselves on this side of the map and working on this one. Not on me, okay. I knew Libby was there for a save. I saw him running in the fog. They don't like kicking gens. I'm taking him back to the area where the gens are already done. So, that's also where we're healing. Sorry. Oh my god. Holy rock save! Libby, you're a demon. Thank you. I have to say, with mind games, it doesn't work if I can see you through the window. Libby, you're a demon. Thank you. Yeah, this is a rough game for them. I wonder if it's an endgame build. I mean, it might be like pain resin stuff, right? But there's been one hook. Oh. Oh, that was a good down. Libby almost took the hit. That's an unfortunate hook. It is pain res. And it's a 3-gen. Unbelievable. DMS? Okay. He doesn't care about the 3-gen. Oh. Oh my god! You guys! They did it on purpose. They knew that I was in chase and they waited with the gen before I got tagged. You guys. You're insane gamers. I don't know what we're doing. Well, the gate's ready. I don't know where any gate is, though. Let me see. Okay, there's a gate there. Do we think they're on this gate? I think so. I'm gonna go this way. I can't see if it's this gate. This gate is not ready. Oh! It is now. Nice. Good job. Thank you, gamers. Wonderfully played. Nah, we do cook. Yeah, we were cooking this game. It was a very rough game for them. This was very rough. But this was extremely well played by us. The adrenaline timing was insane. The hit taking at the end. Good chases. GG. Almost Eerie 3 killer. Man, the event is difficult. It is. It's oh, Libby's out. What a game to end on though. W Libby. Oh, gamers, we're gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're doing it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Henry? Yeah, we can wait. Let me know, Brooke. Yeah, Libby, I don't know if you're here, but you're absolutely correct, gamer. Beautiful, beautiful flashbang saves. What a way to end this gaming session with us with 2 saves. You're a demon. Look at me cooking. Thank you, Only. That was a good chase. That was a good game. I mean, it was easy because they were barely mind gaming, right? So you just hold W and you keep going. We cook sometimes. Sometimes. Okay, let me join you in the whole Silent Hill situation. Yes, we can wait. Look at the state of my Cheryl, guys. No, Libby, thank you for the games. That Billy game was good. Yes, it was very good. And W flashbang saves right now, Libby. It's so wonderful gaming with you. Yeah, your awareness of your team and how to support your team is out of this world. That's why I love gaming with you. You're absolutely correct, Libby. Thank you so much for letting me join you guys. You bought the Legion skin? Let's go. Let's look. Let's look. Can we see it from here? Do I have to restart for that? Silent Hill. What Legion skin? Yeah, this is not working for me. I have to restart my game first. Oh, Black Banquet. Yeah, this is kind of cool. Yeah, great details. It's nice. Good purchase. Legion gets the best skins? Is that why everybody's playing Legion? I have to restart my game? It's not here? I want to get this skin. It's on sale. Everyone's playing Air Button Legion to get the pallets out of the way. Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. I try my best to be altruistic. I feel the same about you. Often we get more escape than we should because we all help each other. I think so, Libby. I think so. You're just like that Wesker game where I got tunneled, right? On Eerie. I didn't even know you were there, and you were taking like 2 hits from me. I even smashed a pallet in your face because I had no idea you were hovering around to take hits from me, trying to make sure that I didn't get tunnel out because I was Death Hook. And I just love that, like the awareness that you're having. Yeah, always such fun games for real. I agree, Libby. I agree. You should go to the survivors and go to Cheryl. What happened to her sleeve? Oh my god, this girl. Look at the state of her. It's very cute. Yeah, she's been through it. You can tell. I'm not getting it. I'ma play Cheryl, but I can be comp Cheryl. Remember when I was not gonna play this skin because I didn't think I was comp? Times have changed. I have cakes, I have flans, I have cobbler, tiramisu, I've got everything. Love to see it. What's my build? Botany. Adrenaline. I have no idea what my build was. I just play, you know? I don't even remember who I was playing. I'm so tired. We're playing Jonah. Wait, were we? I don't think so. Ah, Fixated. I definitely was not playing Jonah. Cheryl. Orella, thank you. Yeah, I'm on Fixated. That was the thing. That was the whole thing. Okay, I've got this on. Now my charms. Okay, this is gonna have to be the Pride one. And this one can be the Twitch one. There we go. I'm ready. This is a Silent Hill lobby. Read the room. He's playing Quan. Crickets. You be yourself, Henry. You deserve to play Quan. Let me take a bite of this spaghetti before it goes cold completely. Oh, Wesker. For me? I guess he didn't get the memo either. Is there no Jen here? What? How does Henry have a Gen done already? We just loaded into this game. Holy hell. What a gamer. Fuck. Yeah. Oh my. He's in the house, guys. He's in the house. Nice. Unlucky. That was the right thing to do. but he missed. And one. There we go. Mind games. Mind games. He's still at check. I'm at 2-story. No, this is Funhouse. W check spot, guys. W check spots. He's on Henry. We're taking turns. Excellent. Excellent gaming. Good chase from Brooke. Everybody on gens. Good chase for me. Pop another 2 gens. Perfect. Here's a bum trying to get their altruism. Get your points, gamer. It's almost over. I do love myself a Wesker game. You guys know this. I'm a Wesker enjoyer. Brooke's gonna go help with this pickup. No, he's gonna be on the gen. Maybe I go help with this pickup. Shaking? Okay. I mean, you've got your priorities. I can see it. Do I feel like Henry maybe should have taken that hit? Nice. You fault that. I think there was a gen here. Hello? There's definitely an injured person here, but can't find them, can I? Hyper! Hey girl! Welcome in! Happy Tuesday, how are you? There he goes. Look at him go. Henry's healed. Loft went for the unhook. Wesker kicked the gen. He's back at the hook. I'm gonna go back to this gen. You're good. Seeing your TikToks, they're cool. Oh, thank you, Fur. I really appreciate that. I have so much fun making them right now. I have a lot of content coming. What about you? How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a long gaming session. I'm getting a little bit tired, but we're gonna go for another like 45 minutes here. And then I'm gonna go feed this cat. So I have something really fun to look forward to. Because the cat that I'm cat sitting right now, she always wants to come and cuddle. So it's so cute. I drive up there with my electric scooter, right? And I call her and then she comes running. She comes to say hi. She's so excited when I come to feed her. I love that. It's been a long time. I've been cat sitting over at hers for over a year. And it took so long for me to bond with her. Like absolutely insane. But we're finally getting to a good place. Where we're super familiar. With cats it's always difficult, right? Because they're always kind of like, I don't know you and what are you doing in my house? Oh, hitbox. W hit take. I wonder if Henry is close for the pool on loft. I'm gonna go in anyway. before they go second. We're all in the same corner. Nobody's going second today. You have 3 cats too, so you understand? Yeah, exactly. They're like... First they're like... I don't know you. But then they know that you feed them and that you give attention. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. I hope your day is going well now that you've had your coffee. I trade this.
Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Tunnel and Brook. Oh, I almost had him at the pallet too. Nice. I was reluctant to go take the down for Brook before because I was afraid that basement's here. And that would have been a whole nother situation. Hello. He's on Henry now, so that's fine. Altruism? For me? A black cat who is mean with everybody, not you. A little tuxedo cat and a big tabby. Both are very sweet. Oh, cool. Do we have Funhouse, Jen? Yeah, we love cats here. Yeah, it's done. And I really enjoy cat sitting. You can see, you can bond with the animal over time. It's so nice. Are we cooked in this corner with Jens? Okay, that's Pop. Chase needs to go shack. The little one likes to sleep inside your jacket. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I was saying earlier, my cat likes to sleep in my cupboard. I think she likes to sleep on my clothes also because she knows it's my clothes, you know? I rarely to never find my husband's clothes covered in red hair. It's literally mine. She just knows it's my clothes and she sleeps there.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a
Nobody
raid
saw that!
incoming. I repeat,
Linksy!
a raid
Hey yo!
incoming.
Hello Wendy! Linksy, welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you taking the community here. Nobody saw
Linksy
that,
rated
okay?
your channel with 200 viewers.
Surely. I'm a juicer normally, I promise. Only good shit here. It was so nice to meet you, Linksy. Thank you so much for the gaming sesh. And thank you so much for taking your community here. I really appreciate it. I don't know what we're doing. Gamers, welcome in. Hi, Junior. Welcome in. Gamers, if you came in with the raid and you don't know who I am,
Wendy EM
my
Dub
name is
followed
MVP.
your channel.
The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing Dead by Daylight. I'm a Survivor main. I have 19 P100s. And I'm from the Netherlands. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting, and I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Linksy, how was your game? Did you play?
Caruso followed your channel.
Did you play more Killer on the event? I know it was a rough time yesterday, but you did so well. The event is weird as Killer, yeah. It really is. I had someone.
Spencer1 followed your channel.
Thank you so much, Spencer. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you, Junior. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. I really appreciate your support for the channel. A friend of mine was saying earlier.
Mim1EQ followed your channel.
We were talking about the event yesterday, and he said, right now the event is like you kick yourself in the balls, and then you try to walk a tightrope. That's the challenge, you know? I think as a killer, it's like nightmare mode, kind of like situation. I think that's how it feels anyway. I myself, for Survivor, I go between event mode and regular. Because obviously it's a fun time for Survivor, but it's nice to be able to switch things up. Be right back. Alright, Fur, we'll catch you later. Yes. Loft says yes. More moonwalks. This is my duo, guys. You gotta go get some food, but much love. Of course. Go get some food. I really appreciate you choosing me for the raid, Linksy. Thank you for trusting me with your community. Have a great dinner, and I'll be sure to catch you again soon. After a week, I found my TV remote. Clanny, that's the most random, out of context comment I think you've made all month. I'm gonna be honest. Let's see if we can get 3 men out here, guys. Well, it's important. It really is.
Coffee Bean
Coffee
followed
Bean!
your channel.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Okay, let's see. How do we go about this? If he turns around for a grab on us, we're cooked. Oh no! Okay, we try again. Hold on, and this time I block him. Oh, he broke the door. Don't get grabbed. 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 Okay. Accomplished. Now let's see if Lot gets out. Oh, stressful gaming. Yes! Let's go! Let's go. That's what we like to see, guys. We're here about team plays and teamwork. Perfect. Almost perfect game.
Fatal Frost 69 followed your channel.
GG, well played. Wesker's my favorite killer, guys. For those of you that are new here, I love going against Wesker. My absolute favorite killer to face. Fantastic hitboxes on the wall. Yeah, that sucks. Unfortunate. I think they played well. They had a 3-gen for the longest time. My team locks in. And we get a good game. Max points. Let's go, Loft. Let's go. Hi, Miss Masha. Welcome in. Good to see you. Fatal, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel as well. Gamers, about my channel, we're all about positive vibes and chill vibes here. You are welcome to chat, chill, lurk, hangouts. We're going to be live for another hour at least. We're going to be on Survivor. I'm in a Swift right now with my friends. My duo Loftus, my friend Brooke, and Henry, or Dad Vape. You're welcome to Rhubarb, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Yeah, you're welcome to just chill and lurk. Hang out with us. If you like to talk DVD, I'm here for it. I love
Rhubarb
talking about
underscore
DVD.
stock followed
If you
your
have any
channel.
questions about me or the game, don't hesitate to ask. And if you would like to share and tell me if you're a survivor main or a killer main and who you like to play, don't hesitate to pop a message in chat. You're still sad you didn't get out of that Wesker game this morning, and then I get criticized even though I was looping the entire time. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it was like a sandbag situation and they were upset about that. Hi, I came in with the raid. I'm a P100 Ghostface main. Yeah, Glenn is getting banned. For those of you that also don't know, Wesker my favorite, but Ghostface is my least favorite killer to face. I absolutely hate him. It's to do with the exposed, you know, you're sitting on a gen, minding your own business. Bam, you're exposed. You don't know where it's coming from. You start running. Bam, you're down. No counter, nothing. I fucking hate it. The jump scare has absolutely nothing to do with that, I promise. Glenn, you cannot say these things here, you know this. You feel it's been ages, missed hanging out. So I've been away a lot, right, Masha? So I'm back now. Well, 2 weeks ago, I got back from Montreal. That's where I had the opportunity to meet the wonderful Linksy. We had a gaming session together. That was really, really cool. Before that, I was at TwitchCon Europe. So I was away for at least 3 weeks. Then I got back. I was dealing with a really, really bad cough virus that I had picked up. I think Linksy was one of the people who suffered from that virus as well. So did Odds. There were a few other people that got sick from traveling to Montreal as well.
Must be humbling to suck on so many different levels.
It really does. Whether it's me or the opponent, it's always it's always humbling. You're putting scene partner on? I want to hear the screams. Go for it, Brooke. Go for it. So yeah, the first week when I got back, I didn't really do much. Yeah, last week was back to gaming and streaming. Full throttle. Hello. And yeah, now we're fully back. 4 streams a week. What is... Pig. Okay. Where did Brooke go? Heels? Why is it always a pig on Midwich? Oh my god. She found him. She found him. Sometimes there's a cheeky gen here. Not today. We'll go upstairs. Hey. Hear me out. We had a pig game yesterday. And she got Midwich. And I was arguing with my community that I feel that we get... We get above average pig on Midwich games. And I think... Oh, this is not good. I made a mistake. And I think there's a higher map pick rate. The pallet's not here. Unlucky. Wait, the pallet's never here. Or sometimes maybe? I don't know. I fucked up. Whoop! Thank you, gamer. Thank you. My duo on the case with the saves. If anybody ever wonders why he's my duo, because he saves my ass 10 times out of 10 times. I need to get a box going. I feel like I get a lot of pig games on Midwich, like above average. That was a very unfortunate skill check. And I think maybe... Damn. Big players have a higher, like, rate. Big rate of mid-witch. Thank you. I'm so dead, by the way. But you guys are amazing with all the saves. You miss his flashbangs? I know. The flashbang days were such good days. This man knows everything about flashbang saves. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna go back upstairs. Because there's 2 boxes upstairs. So I'm kind of hoping... If this is not the box... that I have time to make it to that box that's also upstairs. Even though technically, now that I'm looking at, maybe those boxes would have been closer to each other. Amanda's letter, you think, Brooke? Big on easy mode? W. No stress. I knew it. Oh, fuck. Okay. Works for me. We go back. We have another pallet here. Why isn't she crouching? Okay. Distance. I don't know if she's here, gamer. I'm gonna be honest. I'm nervous the fuck. Okay, they're on Brooke. I was going to spaz if you died like that. It happens though. It happens to the best of us, Nena. W mods. Points? No points. Am I taking a hit for Brooke? Are they upstairs? Yes. Maybe I need to go to the last gen. Brooke has adrenaline. Loftus is there, taking hits. Okay, okay, I find a gen. I wonder if there was a gen here and if we did that already. Henry already found a gen. This is done? Yes. Here we go. I think... Oh, that's the same gen as Henry. I think there's 2 gens here right next to each other. If Brooke doesn't get out of this chase, we may need to leave her hatch because they have an active trap on. They're gonna get their adrenaline now. You take that flashbang. You go save a life. May, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Thanks everyone for the love.
Maim
I
underscore
really
Dusk
appreciate
followed
you.
your
I need
channel.
to go. Hold on. Brooke's in the clear. Loft is on the gate on the other door. I'm going back to this door. I wonder if Brooke has time to take their head off. Do we have to leave? They're on a box now. If I don't leave, let's see what the other team, what the team does. Henry's here. He got a... Okay, he got his head off. And Loft is healing him. Oh, and we have a pig here. Oh, she's busy. Hold on. Let me track her. Okay, she finds the reset, but this is a... this is a 4-man out. She doesn't get this. Well played. Beautiful saves, guys. Thank you so much. The flashbang from Loft and the beam from Brooke. You guys are amazing. It was not Amanda's letter. Amanda's secret? No. GG, well played. Make your choice. Why she always knew? I mean, nurses. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. Hey, W game. Yes, you're back on the flashbang. Glenny was saying we've missed you on the flashbang. Guys, my new TikTok is live. I went with the Silent Hill theme that we've got going on here. Go check it out. Show it some love. Drop a follow over at the channel. I post content regularly, almost daily at the minute. I was saying to chat last week, I've been so inspired coming back from the Montreal DVD event, which was so amazing. I've been so inspired to play DVD and to create content. It was such a wonderful experience. I'm really really grateful that I got an opportunity to go there and to experience all that. So I have a lot of inspiration to make DVD content right now. Everything's going on the TikTok and the YouTube. I don't know how that flash save was an angle. Brooke, I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified. Oh, I can't type. Check out my new TikTok. Typo. Let's go. Jason on Ormond Lake Mine. Is it Ruin? Yeah. We can expect the totem build. It doesn't look like it's does it look like Thrill? With the cleansing speed I'm seeing on the HUD for Loft's totem cleanse. Oh, that was a good down. Alright, Ruin's gone. Maybe it's just Ruin. Maybe it's nowhere to hide. Or maybe, surely it's nowhere to hide. Fuck my life. I think it's nowhere to hide. See if we can save Henry here. Good distraction from Brooke. On the tunnel. No, change to me. Okay, we can work with that. Unlucky. I got stuck. Okay. Yeah, I need to get off the scene because if he hits me with this, I'm cooked. Let's go. No. Good effort though. Imagine if that hits. That's pretty awesome. Hey Spencer, any tips for going against Jason? I love the frog eyes, thank you. The frog eyes are a favorite here. Earlier on in the stream, one of my regulars chose after resub for the frog ears for today. Yeah, so I mean everybody knows you can bring Urban Evasion, right? That's meta right now, going against Jason. Because when he goes into his omnipresent mode, when you get the fog, basically, you leave footsteps everywhere, whether you're running or walking. But if you're crouching, which is what you saw me do earlier, he can't find you. I think two things that I find the most important for going against Jason is when he goes into omnipresent mode with the fog, he can only exit this mode by going in a zone with a pallet or a vault. Like he needs a pallet or a vault to get out of that mode. So what we've been doing oh shit. Yeah, this is a hit. What we've been doing M1. Okay, I take the M1. Works for me. Hold on. Is make sure you're not anywhere near a vault or a pallet. Like now, he can't get to me. He has to be at a vault or a pallet. So I don't know right now if he's upstairs or downstairs, but there was no way he could clock me. There we go. Nice, good effort. Oh, I missed the window. There was no way he was gonna get me. He has to go through a pallet or a window vault. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, when he's got the weapon, the spear, it's like Huntress, right? So you don't want to run in a straight line. You don't want to go in like a 4-lane that's just one straight line, because he's gonna clock you. It's like, if it's shooting straight, he's gonna get his hit in. So you want to kind of like change direction the same way as you do for when you're in chase with the Huntress. Alright, adrenaline plays incoming. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, meter. Oh my god, hold on. That's unlucky, but I still got the speed boost. And they're not on me. Oh, there are. They're looking for me, I think. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to the other gates. Brooke is on the other gates. Oh, fuck. He doesn't have a spear. He does now. He's got in omnipresent modes. Okay. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. I appreciate you. Alright, he's on Henry now. We can reset in main. Alright, Henry's over there. That's not too far from that gate, but I think the other gate's the one that's open. Let's see if we can get 4 men out here. Thank you so much. I just started playing today. Really? Hang in there, gamers. What I want to say first and... Oh, that's the basement. There's a lot going on with this game. A lot of killers to learn, perks. Are we taking the 3-man? What are we doing? Don't get discouraged. Just keep practicing. Keep looking at Twitch. Keep looking at Twitch streamers who stream the game to learn how to counter things, how to work together for an escape, stuff like that. Does he have a thing inside here? No. Okay. Well, we get Henry here. Oh, I don't make this. That sucks. Okay, we go again. We're away from basement. I watch a lot of TikTok loopers as well. Yeah. Watching others play gives you a really good sense of what you can do in different situations. Both gates are ready, I think. All right. No. It's not gonna be that easy, gamer. GG's. And this is how you can work together when you're still 3 or 4 people to get a 4-man escape in an endgame. GG, well played. That was a really good game. I enjoyed that. It was nowhere to hide. I had a feeling. Nice. Excellent, excellent. Welcome back, Fur. The face camp. Yeah, he was, there was a lot, going on in that chase. We don't even need comms. We need teamwork and altruism. Brooke's so right. Hi, Christy. Welcome in. How are you? How was your stream earlier? I don't know if you're still live, actually. How is you? How's your week going? Are you playing the event? Are you playing Survivor? Are you playing Killer? You're good? Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad to see. Glad to hear. Nana's very sleepy. Oh, she got up early to get her nails done. Now that's what we call commitment. I still have my DVD nails from the event. Look at this. How cool they are. It's I showed the nail artist the logo of DVD and I said I want this and she said, "Yeah, no problem, we can do it." And then she puts 3 stripes on and I was like, excuse me? It's 4 stripes." And she had to take it off because there was no space. So I got the logo. You ended a little early cause sleepy and hungry. Yeah, go get some food, gamer. It's well past dinner time. I have my plate of spaghetti here. Sitting here still. I try to eat a little bit in between games, but it's just been such a good one. I'll eat later. I appreciate you stopping by. How's games been so far? It's been a really good time, Christy. We're on such a high from the weekend, you know, playing all the tournaments. Like on Saturday night, we played Seashelly's Wipeout Summer Tournament. And we managed to take the victory with the team. It was a lot of hard work. We had 4 really, really difficult games. The final was like tense until the last second of the games. I think we only won by 2-point difference. So it was really, really cool and exciting. And obviously I played Elves Slugfest, which was a whole nother experience. It was so great to take part in that. Such amazing gamers and a great concept to play a slugging journey. That was a whole new experience. You think it's a Springtrap main? It is a Springtrap. We've already seen him in the middle of the map. So yeah, it's been such a great tourney weekend. And we're just carrying on the games from that, honestly. Good for speaking up yourself. Yeah. You're drinking mate? Nena Sene. Of course, I love stopping by here. No, I appreciate you. Gamers, for those of you that don't know, I played the Women's World Cup earlier this year with Team Netherlands. And Christy was my team captain and teammate. Penty on that totem. Looks like there might be more spicy totems because Henry is also still on a totem. You're so proud, but I dare say not surprised. Nah, now you're just making stuff up, gamer. You're too sweet. What's your favorite perk? Also, hi May. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. So my favorite perk right now for Survivor is definitely We're Gonna Live Forever, or Wiglif as we call it. It's a David King perk. Oh, he just picks. That's fine. And it's I think it's 100% healing speed increase for picking up survivors who are in the dying state on the floor, and when you pick them, they get endurance. We find it especially valuable. A lot of people in my community started running it because we find it especially valuable with slugging killers, or like to go for saves, right? So the way we use it here is, and maybe we'll see if there's a clear Wiglif play that we're doing, I can point it out here. But say a survivor goes down and the killer doesn't pick, but kind of like stays around. if you waste time long enough for the survivor on the floor to heal, you can literally go in and get the pickup. You can even take a hit if you have a health stays before picking up your teammate. Your teammate then takes the next hit and everybody gets away. I think they're gonna be maybe coming to main. Oh, there's another gen with progress here. Let's help out here. But that's a little bit more advanced, I'd say. If you're a newer player to DBD, I literally can recommend any healing perk because you'll get so much value. Any game, right? Whatever the type of game is, whether it's a good game, a bad game, whether the killer is slugging, camping, it doesn't matter. A healing perk will always give you value. I prefer Botany right now. Did he fuck this? Yes, he did. Okay. No. Okay, I make this. Okay, he holds it. Yeah. I saw that coming from a mile away. I don't make this. Oh, I took that way too wide. Not the basement again, guys. How are we gonna do this? Nuh-uh. Yeah, Christy. I like Nancy's inner strength. Yeah, that's really good. Especially, I was gonna say, especially on solo queue. At least it's not bitch hook. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, survivors kind of call this back hook here at the other side of this bitch hook. Like you've been put in the naughty corner by the killer. We leave basement and shack before we heal. Because if we heal in the basement and the killer comes back, you're just stuck in the basement and you're back to the exact same problem that you had before. He's got plaything, so I have no terror radius. I can see on the HUD that the killer is chasing Henry, so I'm not too fussed. Work on this gen here. My plaything's still up, so that was something else. Maybe someone else's plaything or another Pentimento totem. What does Henry know about adrenaline, Brooke? Everything! Awesome. Why am I running away from a door? He opened the gate. Oh, he opened this gate. Okay, we leave. Let's leave, guys. Henry, do you have enough charges? Stop it. Stop it! To the medkit? Yes. Henry should be out as well. Let's go. Let's not waste time. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break before we go into next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. GG's. Gamers, do you want to play 2 more? Or are you out? You'll play 100 more? Loft's out. GG. Thank you for the games. I'll play 1,000 more, Nena. Loft, thank you so much for the games and the saves. See if we can get interest Jill in this. Always a pleasure. Thank you, gamer. Jill might be eating as well. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, you're with someone? Okay. Wait, Jill has friends? Since when? Loftus can't be asked. Alright, we play 2 more here. Thank you, Pinkori, for the lurk refresh. I appreciate you hanging out with me today. Since I discovered Serge grew up brutal friends. Okay. Combo. Okay. Sounds like a story for another time, Jill. I'd love to hear it. You're in the P100, the cool club. Where are we going? This way? Oh, Twitchy. Okay, fellow Twitchy. Love to see it. I think I'm fairly... No, he can pop out right here. He didn't. I need to go for the save. They're both in danger. Oh, that's a wall. Don't judge me, okay? It's been a long gaming session. No TR. Okay. Yeah, they're back over by the gens by that Brooke was working on. That's unlucky. They were injured. They probably didn't have a chance. Let's see. We should be able to finish this heal before they have a chance to come back. Henry started a new gen. I am going to go back that way where Brooke's hooked. Because there's 2 gens with progress there. He's fast. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Okay, he found Henry. I'm wondering if he has like barbecue so he knows where to go. Or if you can hear the gens in omnipresent mode. Because he seems to be finding all the people on the gens. Wait till he chases you. He's like, Sonic? Oh shit. So it wasn't just coming out of omnipresent mode speed. It's like, even in chase speed? He's on Brooke. Okay. That's gotta be either his add-on for a remote break or turn back the clock that he used. Granny, thank you for the alert refresh. I appreciate you. I don't think he came this way. Oh. Well, I found the Quan. I'll go for the save. See if we can double this. I wonder which gen Henry went to. There's one in the back there. He's here. Well, nice hits. That's Wham Bam, right? Surely. Nice moonwalks. He doesn't have a spike. I kind of wanted to go to the tile, but yeah, he has a hook now. It's GG. GG was well played. I should have looked behind me. I was annoyed because I wanted to go to the tile, but I realized there was someone hooked there. So I kind of just ran into nothing. I should have stayed at check, maybe. Meme, thank you for the hydrates. Let me see. I have some water here still. Gamers, please look after yourself. If you have a drink, take a sip. If your glass is empty, go get some water. Stay hydrated, look after yourselves. We still have a gen. We have 2 gens here. Okay. Gamer. I think the Quan might have taken a hit for Brooke, honestly. I kind of have to take chase here. Let's see. Oh, Mori. Okay. That's good. We waste time. Use some scratch marks here and see if he goes for me instead of for the gen. We play aggressive. Nah, I think he's going straight for the gen, honestly. We start some progress on this. He's already here? Does Henry know about the other gen? Yes. Let's see if I can help in chase. He might have left to go to Henry. We heal? He's here. Alright. Oh. Well played. I was too late to drop the P100 Jason. Yeah, they've got it down. They're really good. They must have saved up a lot of points to get them P100 already. It's been 2 weeks since his release. If he camps me, you may have to take the 2 out. He doesn't. He might still get a 4K. I don't know that we get out of this. A non-mode? Oh, that's too bad because they're twitchy. Oh no, Mr. Quan. They also have P100 pinheads? Thank you. Henry, he's saying come save me. I think. That was an accident. Thank you. No, they're cracked on the Jason. Yes. Yes. Thank you. They played very well. They were very successful. GG's. Very, very good. Cutie. God, we'll never know who it was. I mean, maybe. Maybe one day we'll know. Who has a P100 Trapper? Thank you for the games. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. We'll end it here. We already went a little bit over. I had such a great time. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Let's see who we can raid. No, thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's see if this works. One second. Thank you so much, Meme. Thank you for hanging out, gamers. I really, really appreciate you hanging out with me today. We're gonna go raid someone. Give me 1 second while I see if we can figure this out. Thanks everyone for chatting, chilling, lurking. Thanks everyone for the games. All the cheers. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks everyone for the follows. And the stream streaks, of course. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I need to help someone out real quick. It's gonna have to be another time. Gamers, we met someone in Montreal that I hold very dear to my heart. They won the Slug Journey over the weekend. They're an absolutely wonderful person. They're amazing. They're cracked at this game. They play both sides. The wonderful Camlo. So we're gonna go raid. Please, everyone, copy the raid message in the chat and let's go over there and say hi and show our support. They just got a puppy over the weekend as well. He is the cutest one. He has a pet cam. So we sometimes do get to see said little new baby dog. Like I said, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the stream streaks. Thank you for the daily doggo treats. Linksy, thank you so much for the raid and everyone who came from the raid to stick around. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, Vitor, for the raid. It's good to see you again. Brabble, thank you so much for the resub and so much for the throne gifts. Penguin, thank you for the raid. Lake, thank you for the 100 biddies. Kelly, thank you for the raid. Granny, thank you for the 100 biddies. And thank you for the 21 gifted today. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And your resub as well. I will be back on Thursday. Same time. I hope to see you then. Let's go and show some love to the wonderful Camloso. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. See you soon, gamers. Bye.